modern data platform lets you integrate, manage, and distribute your data exactly when and where you need it. There are massive benefits to using MDP to enable better data management. Your business processes and decisions can become more efficient, innovative, and cost effective with the capabilities of an MDP like Microsoft Azure. Today, with this session, we are going to take a deep dive into the capabilities of MDP. But before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button so that you never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel. First of all, let's look into the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session with an introduction to Microsoft Azure. Next, we'll discover three different classifications. Later, we'll delve over Microsoft Azure setup and creation of resource group and the creation of storage account. Next up, we'll understand the Data Explorer and how to create database. After that, we'll discover more about firewalls and virtual networks. And finally, we'll take you through the complete hands-on. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda.
What is cloud, first of all? First thing is, we do understand that we have been working on an on-premise setup all these while, right? The on-premise setup is like giving us a legacy work. We have to, if there is a patching activity that has to be done on your SQL server, you might have seen that there is a complete team who is getting involved into this patching activity. There is a Windows team, there is a database administrative team, then there is we have the network team, and everyone else is available here. So they have to take a look like who is involved in the complete activity and how the complete process is being taken care. Now, when I say the complete process is being taken care, we have to understand here, like right from the scratch, whatever the SQL Server version that I have, to an upgraded version which I'm going to use, right? This is going to be a real big task from pulling it up from a lower version to a higher version. There is a time window that is prepared. Within the time window, I have to finish off everything. If I lose anything within the time window, I'm lost. And I'll have to start from the lower environments first. Environments mean in the dev environment, then in the QA, then if all looks good, then I'll find a time window for my prod environment. Right? So this is how the entire process flows in any industry when it was if it is in the on-premise sector. Additionally, using all these, I'm not so sure once the patching has been done, if it is going to behave properly once the release is done. I have to make sure that everything is all good. I have to make sure that constantly I have to keep an eye that all the functionalities are absolutely perfect. If not, if there is just one particular glitch, I might lose millions out there, right? So this is where we have to keep things in mind while we start working in any of the activity in case of an on-premise. Secondly, in case of an on-premise setup, let us say that this is all about just SQL Server. Now, understand a situation where I have my drive space is getting filled. Now, I need to add an additional drive. Imagine what pain I have to go through. The pain is I have to get an approval from the higher authority, from the client, and they approve it a specific amount of a drive. Then once that is done, I'll have to make sure that every other people who is needed to add the drive are also available. A complete plan is chalked out. A lot of documentations are to be done where I'll push across what is the first step, the second step, the third step, and a lot many things. Keeping these things aside, what we are going to do is when we move on to the cloud environment, adding additional space is just like a kid who is dragging and dropping all the things. Nothing more than that, right? After all these, in case of our on-premise setup, let us say I have invested so much money, invested so much in the drive addition, right? And my complete infrastructure is where I have invested so much. If I've invested, I should get a return of it. What if there is a situation where my business is not doing good? For this pandemic, during which many of the organizations who have had their infrastructure already prepared for a better business down the lane have suffered a good amount of loss, right? So now what do they do? What can they do over this situation? One thing they can do is they can rent their property. They can rent their data sets, their data centers which they have prepared completely. However, Some also have a risk that if they are going to lose their data centers, there might be a breach, people might get onto it and start working in case of it. Anything can happen, right? Many things are there around. So let us say I have come up with a loss, huge amount of a loss. Here's where I need to make sure that I am in an environment where at any point of time, if I see my business is not running perfectly, I should be able to minimize the number of infrastructure that I'm using. So by doing this, I'll save a good amount of cost, right? So this is where certain investments we have to make on top of our Azure platform or any cloud platform. Let's just not be specific to Azure itself. Additionally, let's take the example of a Big Billion Day or Amazon's Great Indian Festival. What happens during those days? It's like a lot of people come into the websites. There is a lot of traffic that comes up. A lot of people, vendors are trying to produce their products, and it is being sold across globally. Many people are using it, isn't it? So imagine the amount of load it has to go through. So for that 4 to 5 days of offer, there is so much of pressure on the complete infrastructure, the complete traffic monitoring, the complete security concerns and all that. However, in this case, to manage the situation, what I can do is I can very well enhance my infrastructure. Fair enough. I have increased the capacity of my storage. I've increased the capacity of my traffic. Everything is increased. Now, I don't have big billion day every single day in the year. I have to make sure like it gets once my job is done, these 4 5 days of requirement is over. I have to make sure that it retains its previous configuration. So when it is retaining its previous configuration, it means that I have the flexibility to make sure that once my big billion days of 4 to 5 days is over in a week, then I have to move back to my original configuration, which I was utilizing all these while. Understood? So this is where it is convenient for us to deal with in case of a cloud premise. Clear? That's where we have a lot of discussion regarding the innovations, flexible resources, economic scales, and typically the best part going to be like we have a pay as you go feature. What is pay as you go? Pay as you go. What does it mean? It means, let us say, my electricity at my home, electricity connection at my home. What is it? As and when I keep on utilizing multiple devices, too many units of it, that is where I'll be charged for it, right? That is where my charges keep on shooting in case of my electricity consumption. Exactly the same thing over here. The more I use, the more I need to pay for the different resources that I'm going to use. As and when I stop utilizing, I minimize my cost. I turn off the switches. I should switch off the fan, AC, refrigerator, everything. I switch it off. Of course, my charges are going to come down, isn't it? That's where pay as you go comes into picture. That is the feature over here. The more you use, the more you pay. The less you use, the less you pay. It's like as you use is as you're going to pay for it. All right. That is where I have the flexibility to utilize the cloud computing features. Fine. Now let us try to understand something here. See, the first thing here is now coming up to the cloud environment once again. Cloud is segregated mostly into three different parts. Be it any cloud, what are they? That's like public, then there is something as a private, and finally I have is hybrid. Now, what is a public private hybrid? Just give me some, like, I don't want technical answers. I need some daily life answers. Day to day, we relate these words, right? So, first thing here is we will try to understand what is public. Public means it's a public property. Public means it is open to all. Lot many people can use it at the same point of time, isn't it? So let us say there's a theater in a mall. There's a theater. It's kind of a public property. People come, use, and then they leave. They don't occupy it, right? They don't occupy it permanently, then claim to be it's mine, and nobody else is gonna take care of it. Nobody else is gonna take it, right? So that theater in a mall or anywhere it's a public place. So what happens here is, let's take a technical aspect here. Now I have a setup here. Setup in the sense I have a configuration here. What configuration should I give? Let's say 50 GB of RAM is what I have. Then 30 terabytes of storage. And I have like 2.4 gigahertz of processor, which is almost around 100 of them. Sorry, 100 of them is what I have. Now, then comes a customer who says, sir, I have a specific requirement and this is going to be good for my business. Could you please provide me? Now, I'll ask him, sir, what is your requirement, sir? Sir, my requirement is 5 GB of RAM is what I need and 20 GB of a storage. And let's say my processor is 2.4, star 2 is perfect, sir. This is what I would like to utilize. Now, he says, yes, sir, I can provide you that. You can always come and utilize my public access, public share. You can very well get whatever you are looking towards. The customer here, let us say this customer A says that, sir, I don't have a budget, sir. I am, please suggest me something which is very cheap. I mean, very less on cost, and I'm good to utilize all the features as well. Everything else also I'll be able to use on top of it. So how can I do that? He says, all you need to do is use my public cloud and I will give you all the requirements that you're looking towards with a less of cost. And then another client comes in. He says, I have another requirement as well, where I will be like, I want to use another set, a set of a configuration, which is like where I will be able to use certain configurations as, let's say, he has another set of requirement, not this, where he says like, so my requirement is a little high. I want around, let's say, 30 GB of RAM and 1 terabyte of a storage, 1 terabyte of a storage, and 2.4 gigahertz of processors, which is around 40. I want my processing and everything to be very fast, RAM to be a good one, and all these. This is customer B, right? Again, cloud says, yes, sir, I can offer you. You can again use my public cloud where there will be less of charges. There will be all that you need will also be attained over here. Because since the customer B also states like, sir, I don't have a budget, I don't have much to pay, this is what still I need. That's where an offer I make. Fair enough. Now this offer is good for both the customers. However, I give them a disclaimer, sir, please note, in this case, if anything goes wrong, what is going wrong? Sir, if there is a failure in the data center, or if there is something that goes wrong with the performance, or the processes that you have used are not adequate at that point of time, then sir, I will not be held responsible. Meaning no SLA. When I say I will not be held responsible, it means that, sir, anything goes wrong with the infrastructure or a breach in the security, or if there is anything that is going to hamper the complete configurations at a point of time, you expect whatever you are expecting, your expectations are not matched. Like you expect it should take around 20 seconds for the entire query of 1,000 records to be fetched. It takes 40 seconds. Sir, I cannot help that, sir, because you have chosen a public environment where it is shared across by multiple people. This is where you have to compromise to a good extent, sir. Clear? Now to examine that, people have to come across here and start working, and they do explore all the things, and then they arrive at a conclusion whatever they're looking towards. After this, what I have to do is I have to understand that there is a situation like I have the primary requirement as less cost. I cannot pay more than that. There's my budget. That's where I come to a public environment where I get a no SLA, no like Azure will say like, sir, I'm not concerned at this point. Not just Azure, any cloud computing would say, sir, I'm not concerned at this point of time, because since you opted for this, I did tell you that these are the different problems which you will come across, but in spite of that, you opted for this service, this particular service of cloud computing. Sir, I am like I'm helpless at this point of time. So this is where the complete setup works. Clear, all of you? Any questions in case of public cloud or any doubts? Then we move on to a private cloud. Now, what is private? Private means everything is owned by me. There will be no second person coming up. Forget about third party. It's just one customer using all the resources that I have brought up to. It'll be me and just me, no one else. Got it? So when I say it is just a customer A who is going to use the private cloud, it means all the configuration is set for him. So what is the benefit here? I have a SLA. This is a little costly, understood? And at the same point of time, security is tight. Lot many other features which you can also explore in case of a private cloud. When does an organization go for a private cloud? Let us say a banking environment where I have people, certain customers for me, many customers. Let's say bank XYZ. This bank has lots of customers working for it. In this case, if I'm going to do a net banking, all the traffics have to be routed through a private cloud, because the service provider, the bank, does not want its customers to face any kind of latency, or they should not be coming across a challenge of, sir, you have made the payment and the payment has not reflected. It should not be like that. It takes hours to get the payment reflected, or every single time there is a disconnection and the payment is not getting reflected, and it has to come back to me and then I again pay for it. That's not happening. This kind of flavor I'll never give to my customers. Ultimately, what will happen? I'll start losing my customers. Everyone will be lost. Everything will be lost, isn't it? So that's where in private cloud it states, where I will give you a very seamless environment so that none of these problems you will encounter. Is that clear about private clouds? Okay, now comes is the hybrid cloud, which you guys have already answered. It is a combination, right? It is a combination means it is private plus public cloud. Where do we see this section? We see mostly in an environment where I have certain amount of stuff where I can just expect a little bit of compromise I can do, and certain section of my business I don't want any compromise at all. How would it be is like, let's say I am in a banking website, right? This is a banking website I have. Now let's use xyzbank.com is the website. Now then when I hop into the website of a bank, I will see there is something as credit card, then there is a debit card, savings account, PF, some PPF, so many other things options I'll see. Now I want a credit card out here. So when I want a credit card, I'll just click on this credit card section and I'll see multiple options populating here. Platinum, gold, silver, so many other options are coming up. Out of all that, I want to use the gold one. I want to see what are the features of gold. Now I'm clicking on this, I'm repeatedly clicking on this, but it is not navigating me to the next page. So what is happening here? There is some glitch here. There is some problem with the web page. There is some problem in the backend, because of which I am not being able to I'm not directed to the next page. That is where the public cloud comes into picture. I host everything in the public environment. My websites, my web page in the public environment where people can check the daily deeds. They can do window shopping here. However, when there is a customer who is going to do or use the internet banking option, right? So in this case, I cannot make him I cannot make him keep expecting a kind of a problem as such time and again. For him, everything else has to be in a very seamless manner, meaning he has a login page. Once he clicks on it, he is ready to go through. He provides his details, he is ready to go through. Now, once he is ready to go through, he can very well see whatever he wants to do. He wants to do a payment, he wants to receive certain amount, he wants to do anything that he wants, he feels like. That can be done within a very seamless manner without making the customer to wait or explore any kind of problem. Okay, that is where I have segregated my traffic. I have segregated my requirements, which request has to go for a public environment and which one has to go for a private environment. Are these three combinations and the single standalone clouds which you see over here clear to all of you. All right. Now, sir, I have taken up the requirement, whatever is needed. I have understood the kind of cloud that I will go for. But how about the services? How have you differentiated the services in the cloud platform? What did you do to make sure that the development tools is falling in under one section, the database is falling under one section, the infrastructure is falling under one structure, one section. So these segregations, how did you do? And what if I'm a customer and I require just only the database to be utilized? So what service should I come and ask for? Now let us say I'm going to purchase a washing machine, and in the washing machine I'm looking for certain features. I'm looking for a front load. I'm looking for a very less amount of water being consumed, less amount of power consumption, less detergent I use. But at the end of the day, it gives me whatever I'm looking towards. It's like washing my clothes completely better and all neat and tidy. Okay, so how can I do that, sir? What are the things you would suggest me in this case? So what I can suggest you is there is a product X which is absolutely going to match your requirement and all the needs that you're looking towards. Along with it, it is very less on cost as well. Fits your budget. That is great. Thank you so much. It is pleasure. I'll take up the product. Right? This is how we purchase a washing machine, isn't it? To purchase a washing machine, I go to a electronics shop. In the electronics shop, I go to the washing machine department. I do not search for a washing machine in the TV section, right? In a television section, I'll not go and hunt for if there is a washing machine available for me. So how is this segregation made when it comes to the cloud environment? There is something known as, there are broadly classified into three sections. Again, one is your IaaS, then we have is PaaS, then finally it is SaaS. So what does it mean across all these PaaS, SaaS and IaaS which I have written down? IaaS means infrastructure as a service. Wait, I'll write it down here. Okay. IaaA means infrastructure as a service. Then PaaS means platform as a service. And finally, SaaS means software as a service. Understood? Now, what is the difference between these three? What is infrastructure as a service? What do you understand about infrastructure as a service? What is your idea, or what's your stake? Anything that you feel like you want to contribute, you can. Infrastructure. Sir, my infrastructure of my house is very strong. The builder who has prepared my house is really strong infrastructure he has given. Even it can handle 7.1 Richter scale of earthquake. Until Mukesh Ambani's house, it can handle 9 Richter scale of earthquake. That's the infrastructure he has prepared. So what does it mean? It means the construction, the foundation, the requirement that I have for a foundation. That's where infrastructure comes into picture. What is necessary for me to build is infrastructure. I'll give you an example here, a real-time example. Okay, I'll just tell you, like, being the eyewitness of it. You know, Swiggy. We all know Swiggy, right? Framework for organization. That's perfect. So we all know this online food delivery app that is Swiggy here. Excellent business in the market. I'll tell you what happened, how they started. I was put up in Bangalore BDM second stage, 18th Main, near Chamudeshwari temple. There's a house. I was staying in that lane. In front of our house, there's a park. I'll tell you, when I was staying there, just a couple of houses next to me is where Swiggy started. Believe me, this is my, like I would say, it's my eyewitness. I'm the eyewitness of it. I've seen those people working out from that 1 BHK apartment. From that space, they are into multiple tech parks of the top notch places in the world. I would say in India at least. Now, what happened? What did they do? Why did they move out of that house, 1 BHK house, and they moved on to a very big space? First thing is their business expanded. Second thing is they have a lot of people, and the space was very small for them, right? So when their business expanded, they have a lot of customers, and the infrastructure which they were following, infrastructure in the sense the configuration of the systems that they were following was not adequate for having lot many customers to provide service to more number of customers. They started with BDM second stage. They gradually moved on to Marathali, BTM first stage, entire Bangalore, all over Karnataka. Then they moved out of the state, multiple states, and now all across the country, right? Why they moved out? Because they have a good infrastructure, they provide good service. Their application is never down. When I'm trying to order a food, I don't face a difficulty like multiple times I have to tap on the application and then the order that I've placed for 5, I just get 1. No, I'm able to track everything that is coming up, that is going. That's where it comes into picture. So this is really a very beautiful environment that we work in. So I've seen the company growing from a very small scale to a wide, large scale right now. Okay. So that's where infrastructure plays a vital role. Now, what they did is initially when they started preparing the application, it was all with the help of open source. They prepared their application, they made it live, they were using it, it was all good. And then they started using the platforms which are private as well, which is not an open source, paid sources. Clear? Now, this is where they have come across infrastructure. What happens in this case is my product is an open source product. I have used open source tools to prepare my product, but over a period of time, I have analyzed that my business has expanded and I am not so in a situation like I should invest too much in my infrastructure. I can do it right now, but I'm not sure what is going to happen down the lane. So, in such a situation, what I'll do is I'll prefer a safe game. I'll play a safe game. I'll move on to the Azure environment where I'll use only the infrastructure related stuff, meaning the network, the storage, the data centers, the firewalls, all these things is what I'll use. Once my job is done, I'll just get back to my original state. I don't have to keep on enhancing them. Over a period of time, I can plan of enhancing or decreasing the complete resources that I'm utilizing because I have the flexibility to work on it. That's where infrastructure comes into picture, where I'm just going to use only the features that are necessary for me in the infrastructure level. All right. Now, when it comes to platform, I also want certain amount of databases. I find, hey, this I have a discussion with my tech teams, and I feel like this particular resource, this particular database, which is available in so and so cloud environment, is doing a good business, and it is, I think, can be a good suit for our business too. Let's try it out. We approach the cloud service provider and tell them that the platform which you have for database, I want to utilize that. I'll pay for it. That's where I only use the platform, nothing more than that. Then after this, I don't rely on the infrastructure as well. Finally, I have something as a software as a service. Now, what is SaaS? SaaS is software as a service. So when I'm talking about software as a service, I have to keep in mind that there will be a service provider who will look after from start till the end, and I will only use the feature that is the service that they provide. That's basically the software that they have provided to me. Rest all should be on their shoulders. So how is it? Let's consider the example of Outlook. Outlook is a product of Microsoft. Time and again, Microsoft keeps looking at any challenges or any issues or anything that is available, that is coming up. Support, development, testing, everything is all by the Microsoft people. Now, I am new into the business world. I wanted a domain for me, so I have done that, and I have got a domain XYZ and .com. So let's say pradyot at rate xyz.com is my domain name for the organization that I'm working. I've got it set. Everything else, the Outlook related aspect, is going to be taken care by Microsoft. However, I try to play a smart game and I say that I'll not use anything from the like openly available for everyone. I'll use my own. I'll develop my own email service. I'll prepare a complete line where there will be a developer, a tester, a project manager, a scrum manager, program managers, everything else I'll prepare from my own in my own setup. I start doing it. and gradually the developer leaves. I'll have to hunt for another one. The tester quits. I'll have to hunt for another tester. This is a very big problem for me. Like right when my project is at the in the pace and people are using it for a lot many users, I am facing such challenges. So here I cannot take a risk. I'll have to open this line, a lot of investments that I have to do. This is something which I am not open to it. Rather than this, I'll rely on something which is already existing in the market and has a good amount of stake. I'll stick to that. That's where software as a service comes into picture. All right. So when we are talking about infrastructure, we get the storage, networks, data centers. When we talk about the platform, we get certain operating systems, dev tools, databases, and analytical tools. Finally, when we're talking about the software as a service, that's where we understand we have something related to the applications. Followed all these three different services which are here. That's correct. Underlying framework for an organization. Every other thing that we are looking towards in a cloud platform will be segregated across these three services. It will not deviate out of it. Is that clear, each and every one of you? So we have understood what are the basics of cloud, what is a cloud computing, what is it that it provides, what are the three different services that are primarily dealing with in case of a cloud environment. There are certain things which we have seen right now, isn't it?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
You've got to understand the basics of cloud computing. So these are the basic fundamentals which are expected from a cloud before taking up this course. Now we have understood like what is it that we need, what are the different things that we are going to work on, and lot many other things that are covered up across basics of cloud. Then comes is my next set of requirement. That is predominantly to the original discussions which we are supposed to have right now. The first one, when we start a business, the first section which we have to deal with is a storage, right? So when I say that there is a storage that I have to deal with, what does a storage mean? How does these storage work? What is it that I have to deal with? What is it that I have to do, prepare, wherein I'll be able to identify like what are these storages, which storage is sufficient for the complete requirement that I'm hunting for, where do I have to fix these things, this is where I'll have to provide. I need to have a clear picture about which storage to be utilized under what circumstances. Okay, based on that I will be able to make a call on how to use it, what circumstances, which scenario, what is my budget, and then I'll go for it. Exactly the way when I try to buy a hard disk, I have to think of like what is it in my hard disk, how do I protect it, how can I expect its performance, what is it that I should expect from it so that it will serve majority of my requirement, everything on top of it. These are certain basic things which I'll have to focus on while I pick a storage. So when I'm looking towards a storage, I keep the cable in my mind, I keep the performance, how fast the data movement will happen. This is something which I have to think of, right? After all these considerations is where I arrive at a conclusion that here is the perfect storage. This is the perfect storage that I have to use. Is that clear? So how do I decide which particular storage I have to use? Where I have to use for what is the requirement that I have to put it across? I'll show you something. Just give me a second. I'll log into my portal. So now when I'm working in case of an Azure portal, I have to also keep in mind that there are certain requirements that I have to use. There are certain stuff which I have to provide while I am using the features of Azure. So when these features are utilized, what are the different things that I should be keeping in mind? I have to keep in mind that there is a budget constraint that I have, which is going to be used time and again. There is some sort of a requirement that is available. There is some sort of a benefit that I can pull up from these sections. These are certain things which I have to keep in mind before I start working. So just a second. I will log in right now. This is where you have to come up in case of your Azure portal. That's your portal. You log in with your credentials and have access to it. I hope you are aware of how to create an account in Azure. However, I'll just tell you that to create an account in Azure, what you have to do is just go to first, for instance, like let's say if you are working in a free account. Okay. So for a free account, what I have to do is just type free Azure account and will come up at this section, create your Azure account for free today. In this, what I have to do is click on start free. Once I click on start free, this is where I'll provide my details. Instead of using the regular mail ID, which I use on a Microsoft account, I'll use a create new. In this, I'll provide something like get a email ID, get a new email ID. I'll give like, okay, that's something which I'll use, give a password, and that's all good to go. There'll be certain things it'll ask you just to check you're not a robot and all these things. So these setups it'll check. Okay. Now, once it is answered, we are fair enough to create our account. So this is my account getting created. I'll have to provide further some other details as well. I'll have to provide my name here, all these things here, and my numbers. Then organization is not required. Anything you can provide here. ACB, anything you can provide. PAN is optional. Agree to it, then proceed to the next. Then there will be an OTP which is required over here. You will come across an OTP which will be sent to your number which you have mentioned. That doesn't matter, whatever number you provide, 847693. It will be verified right now. Okay, you can use the same number again and again in multiple accounts as well. That's not a big deal. Once it is done, once it is verified, then there will be a section where I have to do a card verification. If you guys have a credit card, that is highly necessary. Credit card only is what will be utilized. No debit cards, nothing else. It's not going to work. So what I have to do is, a moment. So I'll have to provide my card name. Let us say all these names, everything is here. Then the card number, certain expiry dates, and a CVV number, right? Now, after this, these address lines and everything you can leave as it is. You can just mention as Bangalore. That's fair enough. And a city, state, and all these things you provide. Then you click on sign up. Once you click on sign up, your account will be created. 2 rupees will be deducted. Remember, one thing, 2 rupees will be deducted for sure. That is the foremost and the last charges. There will not be here, as you can see, no automatic charges. After your credit is over, we will ask you if you want to continue as a pay as you go. If you do, you will only pay if you use more of the free amount services. That's it. There's no other upfront charges. Clear? What do we get? 12 months of popular services for free, like certain services you'll get for free. 25 services always free. That is here you will get it. Then we use is 13,300 credits for 30 days. In this case of the credit card which you'll use and work, you will have 13,300 credits for 30 days consecutively. What do we use is we can finish all the 13,000 credits in just one day itself, in the first day itself, or you can use it till the 30th day. These 13,300 credits will be valid for 30 days. Even in the 30th day, you have 13,000 credits, doesn't matter, it will perish. It will not be valid anymore. So use wisely while you start having a free account created for yourselves. Fine. This is how you provide the details to create your free account. Once your free account is created, all we need to do is we have to use these features for a requirement of having an Azure account. Once I have my Azure account, it will somewhat look like this. Okay, so here I will be able to identify like what is it that I'm going to do, which subscription that I will use, what are these active subscriptions that I have, then create certain resource groups, storages, and all these things here. Fine, guys, how you want to create and how you have to create it here. This is where the setup works for me. Clear? That's the process of creating a free account. Now, once you have exhausted the credits, you can either choose to go for a paid account or you can also go for another free account by having another credit card. So from that credit card, again, 2 rupees will be deducted and it goes on. Okay. Now, here's what we have to do. Let's start with the Azure portal here. There's something prior we start. I should give you a brief idea about. In with a comparison of on-prem and cloud, how does it work? Let's say just Azure cloud. In a on-premise setup, what I have to do is I'll be using is I have a development environment, I'll have a QA environment and a prod environment, right? These are the 3 different environments which I used to have. Now, in a dev environment, I'll have like dev tools, databases, then there will be certain storages, right? These are certain things which I'll get in case of dev environment. Likewise, it will be applicable to QA and prod. QA and dev will be on the lower versions and prod will be obviously in the higher versions, right? So that is where I will use these different pages. Fine. Now, then comes, okay, I have understood this is where the on-premise setup works. If my dev environment fails, if my dev environment is lost for any reason, something happens to it, I'll lose everything from my dev environment, right? Okay. Now, in case of Azure, you also get a replica of this. Like you can create multiple environments, dev, QA, prod, PPD as and when you want. However, there is something which you have to keep in mind. In case of on-premise, these are all physical environments, which I can see, touch, feel, and have a look at it as well. In case of a cloud environment, these are all logical. Okay, so what happens here is I will have these setups for sure. These 3 dev, prod, QA environments, I will have it, but they are designated with a different name. What is it like? That's known as a resource group. So when I say it is a resource group, it means a group. If you break these 2 words, it is a group where multiple amount of resources are kept. Multiple resources are kept inside it. It could be a database, it could be a development, it could be a server or something or the other. Anything that we can think of is put into a group of resources. Having a group of resources is where I decide if it is going to be a dev environment, QA, or prod environment. Okay, so that is where I do understand. I design a dev resource group, a QA resource group, or a prod resource group. Is that followed? Like what is a resource group here? And subsequently, I will have as dev RG, QA, and then is your prod. Okay, so this is where I'll put it across. Got it? You guys have followed, right? How this resource group will work, how I will store my data onto it, how I will do the segregations, how tools will be attached. You will get to understand more when I show you practically. Give it a little time. Clear? Okay, the idea is clear. We will see more of it right now. So this is where my account is. I will come and let me first check which subscription I have. So after this, what I'll do is I'll just do add a subscription towards it. So let us see. Once it is added, what I will be doing here is there will be a resource group section, this one which you see here. Something if you don't find, if you are finding it hard to figure out if it is not in your home page, type it here. Anything that you want, starting from RES resource group to machine learning, anything you can find here. Okay, just you need to provide the details. That's it. You're good to find it, then it's fair enough. Cosmos DB, Synapse Analytics, lot many other things are here. Just you need to provide the name. It will be figured out here. So here I have the resource group at the home page. I'll select that and I will create one. So when I click on create, I will provide the subscription which I have. Let's say all are disabled for me, but now I'll just enable it right away. And I give a name towards it. Let's say train, DE train, right? There's a region here. In case of the region, you will see something as recommended. Okay, you see something as a recommended here. There are 2 different sections. One is recommended and the next is others. What is the difference between these 2? The difference is, let's say, here's an example. I have a list of items. Okay, so there are multiple items here. In this case, I have to go get them fetched. There are almost 1,000 items in the list. So these 1,000 items, I can like go to shopping mall. Inside that, I'll purchase everything. or I can go from one shop to the other, another shop, then another shop, and then get my entire list picked up. So what do I mean here is one shop, another, so on. I keep on moving, and that's where I use it, right? So what do I mean is, in case of recommended, it means if I recommend you for all the list of items that you're looking towards, just go to the shopping mall, you'll find it in just one platform rather than going from one shop to the other and so on. So you will always use the recommended one. So in case of technical terms of Azure, what it means is, if I'm using a recommended region, it means in one region itself, I will find a storage, I'll find my VM, I'll find my databases, dev tools, operating systems. I will be able to use machine learnings, everything that I need, Datadog or data catalog, multiple other substances are available, which I can very well figure out and use in these cases. That's available in recommended, because in recommended, I don't have to move from one place to the other and then try to figure out. So in case of the region, if I select the recommended ones, I will figure out that in one region itself, all the necessity that I have are achieved. Fine, that's recommended. In case of others, it means like I provide one location, then I have another location. I keep on adding multiple locations to it. These locations are then used, and in one location I'll use a database, then there will be another location I'll figure out my development tools, and then another location where I'll have my databases and all that. This is where I will keep on doing hop shopping, is what it is known as, right? I hop from one shop to the other and all. That's where it is, isn't it? Now let's say I have to use a recommended one. In a recommended one, I use it, but the charges will be a little higher compared to that of others. Secondly, my business is operative in India and only in India. So what will happen is, in case of India, I should choose a region which is in India, region also as in India or close by India. Somewhat close by India is what I will choose. So what will happen is the latency will be less. My business is in India and I choose a data center in the northern US. There will be a huge gap, and this will cause a lot of latency, right? To avoid that, I select somewhat close by. Exactly the same thing happens in case of region selection as well. If you select recommended and you have to select something which is close by your regions, then that is good enough. If you select a region of the recommended ones, which is having all the aspects, however, it is located in a far off region, doesn't make sense. Clear? That's where this comes into picture. Here is where I will select something as in case of all, I'll select a recommended one. So once I have selected the recommended, I then move on to the tags. Now, what is a tag here? Tag is like you remember when we go to a shopping, go for shopping or anything that we purchase, that do have a price tag in it, right? So what do that tag tells us? The tag tells us like which product it belongs to, what is the category, what is the charges, from where the origination, which location, and all that. Every other detail, minute of the details can be fetched out here. That's where tag is all about. Okay, so the tag helps me to identify all about it. So when I compare it in case of the Azure world, what will happen is, let's say here is a list, and again the same list with 1,000 items, right? I have purchased it from the mall, a shopping mall. Now I'm going all the way to the billing section. There's a person who is doing my billing completely. What he does, I keep on placing the orders in the board, he pulls them, and then he does the billing. Every one of them, each item is billed one after the other, right? So one after the other, when the billing is done, all of it is over. What happens is my bill is generated. However, when I was doing my shopping, I could see that one of the item, let's say a deodorant, has a discount of 25%. I wanted to check if the discount has been applicable or not. So to check that, what I have to do is I have to traverse from the entire list from start till the bottom. For all the 1,000 items, I will have to traverse the entire list. Now I'm not sure if I'll figure it out in the first instance, second traverse, third, fourth, fifth, what time I'll find it. I don't know it. Okay. So to make sure this is not happening time and again, what I can do is, when my bill is getting prepared, when my bill is getting generated, I will have segregations to it. What segregations? Personal items, then there will be grocery, then let's say some cooking. Likewise, it is segregated. So my deodorant lies in the personal items. So that's where I will try to search. So my search is limited. So my bill is very legible, right? That is where this complete segregation works and helps. How is it possible? With the tag that I add to. Now, when it comes to the world here, like in case of Azure, what do we get is there's a tag which I can add. I can give a name, any name I can give to it, or anything that I want, I can provide. Doesn't matter. However, it is always said that you provide something meaningful. Like let's say I'm creating a resource group. I'll use a tag here 12, 13, 14 as such. So time and again, whenever I create resource groups, I will put it under the same tag. There will be a tag as resource group, there will be a tag as storage. So to storages, I'll map onto the ultimate storages. I'll map the resource groups to all the resource group. Why? Is because after I've done this, what will happen is the bill that gets generated for me, okay, so the bill which is getting generated for me will be a very legible one. This is my bill, and here, as you can see, there is a SQL database, a key vault, a virtual machine, lot many storages I have used one after the other, one after the other. I don't know the exact charges that has come up. Then again, I have used some more different features, a lot many other items on top of it. So this is very difficult for me to figure out what has been the complete set of charges applicable to the storages. So in this case, I have a real big problem of identifying that. So to do that little legitimate and make it legible for me to figure out what is the charges that are applicable for, let's say, the virtual machines, the storages for my entire bill, I can very well add a tag. So one tag will have all the storages, another tag will have all the VMs and all, and so on. And finally, my bill. Is that followed? What are these things? What are these tags? What is this resource group and all? Once everything is done, once you have given a resource group as a tag, I'll then go and review create it. It is showing an error is because of my disabled, I would say, disabled subscription that I am getting it enabled. Just a moment, and then I'll finally review and create it. Okay, and finally, it's done. Okay, that's where my resource group is created. Once this resource group is created, all the resources will populate here. Underneath, as you can see, it will tell you like no resource groups populating for now. It will start populating after some time once I start creating it. So what I'll start creating at the very first instance is a storage. So this storage is where it is needed for me to work on. That's the basic requirement which I have to utilize for now. So this storage has multiple versions inside it. I have to select the resource group under the subscription. Okay, likewise I provide a storage name. Let's say STOG 2021. Yeah, the name is not taken. Then comes the region part. In case of region, again, I'll have to select the particular region where my business is most widely hosted. I'll select Central US for now. After this comes is your performance. In case of performance, we see like two different performance available. One is a premium and the other one is a standard. What is the difference between these two? So let's take a start on this case. Now, in this, the first thing I have to tell you is with regards to the resource group. I'll just take a screenshot of this and paste it here. Okay, wait, first is this one. And then is here. First is this, and here it is, just one. So we are done with the storage. Okay, now coming to the first part here. Now, what do we get in this case of a standard version of a performance for the storage selected? We get something as this is a performance. We have selected standard, and when we check the redundancy, we get like 1, 2, 3, 4 different types of redundancy. Okay. Now, when it comes to premium, okay, in this case of premium, I check the redundancy. There is just one type of redundancy. But in case of premium account type, I have like 3 different types of account which I can create, which is not available in case of standard. First, moving on further with the premium and all, let's try to understand what are these different types of redundancy that is available. The first one is LRS. There's something as LRS, then GRS, so on. What is LRS? LRS means locally. In a local area, in a local data center, my storages are hosted. There is a primary and there are 3 secondaries that are available. Okay, this is where I have my primary, then I have is secondary, then I have is secondary, and this is my secondary. Now, when I say local, it's, let's say it is in Bangalore, India. This is the location where it is hosted in the where the data center is hosted. Clear? Now, what happens here is my primary is active, secondary all are in standby state, standby or passive, we can say. Okay. Only when my primary goes down, one of the secondary will come up and will help me support my requirements for the storage aspect. Here, since let us say I have a gym in my apartment. So to reach the gym in my apartment, I'll take less time, or to reach a gym which is further away from the streets, a few blocks away, will take less time. Obviously, the one which I have in my apartment. So how much time it will take? Let's say 10 seconds or 20 seconds to reach. Okay. So that's where latency comes into picture. So this secondary, which has to come up, takes minimum amount of time, only possible in case of LRS. Understood what is LRS, everyone? Now, this is understood. I have understood from a local market, I'll go and get my bhaji. I'll have it from there. Time and again, daily, I feel like having it from there because it is very tasty. Once I'm having a very bad stomach, I will change the location. I'll have from some different places. How will I have from different places? I will have to move from Bangalore to a different. Okay, I'll have to move from this to a different state. So how does that work? I will go to a different location. That is a geolocation. That is basically, here is one, and then I have is another one here, which is like, here I have is Bangalore, which is again in India. Then I go to Delhi, which is again in India. Now what happens here is, this is like kind of a zonal level. Okay, what happens in case of zone redundant storage? Zone redundant storage is like, I have one of a primary in one location. My primary is in Bangalore. Okay. Now then my secondary is in a different location, that is in Delhi, but the region is same. Okay. So when I say it my region, I get to see that it is here and all, right? So what do I get here is, if at one more thing in case of LRS in your locally is that if the entire data center is lost, nothing is achieved from the data center, then I will not have the flexibility to retain back my data from it, or get my data back from it, or recover from it. My data center is lost, everything is lost. That's why there is no SLA here. The charges are less. Understood here? What is it all about in case of your LRS? Then there is something as a ZRS, that is your zone redundant storage. Zone, I have a primary, secondary, and multiple secondaries over here. My data will start replicating from here to the other resources, all of the other secondary that I have here. Now, in this case, what happens is, I will have a look at is, at any point of time, my primary goes down, my secondary data center storage will come up from a different data center, from a far off location in the same region. Zone is the same, just the locations are changing here. So retrieving here will be anyways faster, because in India, if I go to from Bangalore to Delhi, it will be less time consumption. But if I go from Bangalore to Chicago, it will be a lot of time taken, right? So that is where this ZRS comes into picture. Understood? This is in a different zone and in the same region. At the same point of time, if my primary data center is also lost completely, it doesn't matter. My secondary is always there to help me to retrieve it. Okay, fine. Is that understood? Then I have is ZRS is done. Then I have is GRS and GZRS. What is GRS? G means geo. Geo means geographical regions. So if this is here and I am using geo redundant, in this case, let's say one of my data center is in Bangalore, India, and then the other one I have is in London. Okay. Now what happens in this case is the first primary which I have here and the secondaries which I have are located in geographical region. Okay, here is secondary, fine. Now my data is getting replicated from my primary to the secondaries. At any point of time, my primary goes down, my secondary will be active. Fair enough, guys? That is geographical region. In far off location, I situate my storage. Why would I do that? For what circumstances I would, in what circumstances I would do that? I will do this if at a later point of time, I want to have business in this location. I'm planning to start business in this location. So the people who want to access data, they can very well access data from this local storage that they have. Only then I'll open up my ports for a geographical region. Otherwise, ZRS is also supporting my requirement. Clear? That is GRS. Finally, we have something as GZRS. What is GZRS? Meaning geo plus zone. Okay, so here I have my primary, I have my secondaries here, and so as here. So what happens is I have my primary in this case, and then there is secondary, fine. This complete is in, let's say, first one is in Bangalore, the other one is in Delhi, the final one is in London. Clear? I am making my primary being replicated across multiple regions to be at the safer side, safest side. In fact, my primary is down and my secondary data center is down. I'll at least have the third one, which will support my requirement.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Is this clear, guys, everyone? Is there any chances to get data directly from second? You will not be able to get your data directly from your second until and unless you have set it up. Like in this setup, you will not have it. There is another setup which is known as RAGRS or GRS, where in this case, you will have read access to all your secondaries. Okay, this option has been lately moved out of the content, but right now it is just like that. So what happens in case of this is, if you are opting for RAGRS, all your nodes are active. You don't have a secondary node, but your secondary can only be used for reading. You cannot write anything onto the secondary. Only reading is applicable. Clear? So if that option is utilized, you can have your secondaries to get data too. All right. Now coming to the premium part, we have understood all these features related to our standard account, right? Standard has all these different features of redundancy. In case of the performance being premium, I will have a premium account type. What is a premium account type here? I will have to put the block blobs, file shares, page blobs. What is it that I do here? Now in these cases, see, the redundancy here will be only LRS that I will get, no other options. Why is that? Because less of latency is what you will have. Okay, I told you why LRS to be used only when you are opting for a situation where you will have least amount of time being consumed. Fine. Now, then comes is your next set of tasks. That is, you might have a question, when it is premium, we should have more number of features in case of redundancy, but why only LRS? That's where it stands good. In premium, when you're paying more, you should not expect a much latency. You should have the least amount of latency in this case. That is where you will opt for a LRS and use it as such. Okay, understood? That is where your premium account type LRS comes into picture. Then comes the account type over here. Now there are three different types of account types, accounts, that is block blobs, file shares, and page blobs. When would you select any one of them? If you want to opt for a block blob, is mostly utilized for high transactions that are happening. Let us say stock market. A lot of transactions will happen, right? Those have to be recorded. That is where block blob comes into picture. Fine. Then comes your file share. Your file share is most widely utilized when you want to have a high performance for your applications. For example, your WhatsApp. your any social media chat conversations, messenger conversations. When I want to have a look at all the previous conversations that I have and I try to scroll down, it's getting loaded. How is that possible? Is with the help of file share, where my application is highly responsive and is able to pick the data as soon as possible. Okay, now page block is kind of like a least preferred one, where there can be certain random reads and random writes that will happen. At any point of time there can be a write, at any point of time there can be a read. These are like situations where I would say like in a real time world it will be let's say you are maintaining a notebook for the entire daily transactions that has happened. I'm having a shop. In the shop I'm maintaining a notebook for all the transactions that are made. I instantly don't update it. Towards the after 3-4 customers have went, then I update 1 or 2. I don't remember the 4th or 5th one, so I will update just 2 right now. And after 10 customers have come and gone, I remember what were the first 2 that I had. Right, that's where these things happen. Clear with all these setups and features, guys, everyone, all the requirements that we have. Are we clear with all the points, all the features that I've told you right now, each and every one of them? This is premium here. Okay, fine. This is premium. I see there are different types of premium account. First type. First, let's understand what is premium. When I'm going to the airport, I have a royalty pass. I'll go to the premium. I'll go to the premium area where there is like I get a free food, I get a free drinks, I get everything for free. That's in a royalty pass. That's premium. For all those who have standard, they will go to a buffet kind of a place where food is already kept. You need to go and do a self service. But in premium, we will serve everything to your place, your table. Everything is going to be available for you. You don't have to move a single step here and there. Clear? That's where premium account comes into picture. Premium means you have the benefit of choice. You have the benefit of making a high transaction storage, or if you want to have any kind of let us say you want a high transaction kind of a storage, where there will be multiple amount of transactions happening. In stock market, what happens? One of my HDFC Bank stock is going high, one of the stocks are going low. These are all happening rapidly, isn't it? In a fraction of seconds things change. These things needs to be captured, and if I don't do that, what will happen is if I'm in India and people in the US are trying to invest on the stock markets for a particular share in a share markets there over here. So what will happen is, if anything goes wrong, like my stocks have changed in India, but to reflect in the dashboard for the people in the US will take some time. So in this case, what happens is they're losing a lot ties here. They're losing some time. So they might think that the stock is high and they would have invested a lot, but the moment the page is refreshed, it is all way below from the ground level. So they're in a loss. That's where I will select block blob to make sure that there is high amount of transaction rates are captured with the least amount of latency being fetched. Then there is a file share. Like I told you, see, when I do a file share, okay, I will have the best part. Okay, see, 1 second. You must be utilizing something like this. Must have used something like this, right? This is something which you might have all used it. It is kind of a file share. I'll share it to you. My folder location is open, and the moment I am closing it, and the moment I am, I am opening the ports for the shared location, everyone is able to access. Just all you need to do is just copy this location. Sorry, copy this location and paste it in your chat. And when you click open, you're good to open the shared location. That's so fast, so good to, and so with a very less amount of time being consumed, I am getting the high performance, and within a fraction of seconds, the location is accessed where all my data is available. Just like that, when you do your all your WhatsApp conversations are locally stored. Okay, so when you do a backup, it is stored in your mobile phone's storage. So time and again, when you are refreshing or you're reloading, it loads faster. Why? Is because it is locally available. Fine. That is where my WhatsApp chats are available for the fastest instance. Yes, but down the lane, they are again going to the cloud environment. WhatsApp is having all your data and all that. That's a different story. I'll tell that sometime. For instance, for now, it is in my mobile. 3 a.m. the backup takes place. That's where it goes to a safer location. Got it? Finally, we have the blobs. That is the page blobs. That is where the random reads and writes happen. Meaning, I am the owner of my kirana shop. This is what as a notebook I maintain. So where I write down the day in and out sales. So it's like around 10 people came down and they purchased something, and then I have made a note of it. But and again, then 4 people came. They made a purchase. I wrote the like 1, 2, 3. Then I wrote the fourth one. Then there is like fifth and sixth I have not written down. Again, 2 people came. Then I write this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I write the seventh and the eighth one. Then I write the fifth and the sixth one. This is where I don't have a chronology being maintained, a sequence being maintained. That's where I expect certain random amount of reads and writes will happen. Clear? Is this clear to everyone? Okay then. Perfect. Excellent. So then what we will do is, for now, to save our cost, we will go with standard, LRS, and in the advanced section. What happens in case of advanced section? I get to see a REST API. Like I want to enable it because I want to secure the transfer which is happening with my REST APIs. So all the transformations, all the actions that work in case of a REST API, all the operations that happen over a REST API will be secured. It won't be breached so easily. Clear? That's where I'm enabling it. Enable infrastructure encryption. What does that mean? If I'm enabling this, I'll show you what does it mean. So when I'm enabling infrastructure encryption, remember there is something as all the details regarding whatever the resources that I create can be captured and figured out in the first place itself. Like something as, if you see here, my resource group which I have created, you could see in case of the essentials out here, all the details are populating. Like pay as you go is the subscription ID, the resource, the tags, the location, all that's populating here. And I know that people are aware of every other individual that has been created in this case. So once this is encrypted, no one will be able to see all these details. Clear? That's enabling your infrastructure encryption. Then there is a blob public access. Forget about blob public access right now. Just understand what's a public access. I'll tell you what's a blob public access later on. Public access means it is open to everyone. They can have connections to my storage with just a minimal set of configurations being done. With that, they will be able to figure out all the details, require all the details, work on all the details, and everything that is done, that is needed. All that can be accessed in this case with a little amount of you know changes being done. Then comes enable storage account key access. What happens is there will be certain keys, right? You have a master key to your house with which all the doors and all the doors for every other room can be opened. You have individual keys as well with which only the doors of every room can be opened. That is where we use account access key. Now in enabling the access key, what does happen is we are going to create certain keys time and again, wherein those keys will be utilized for any kind of access that we want to set on top of the storage. Is the okay? Then there is a TLS version, minimum TLS version. Minimum TLS version means that is kind of transport layer security. When transport is happening, when data is getting transferred from one location to the other, in that case, I want my layers to be secured as well. The entire layer where my data is going to get transferred has to be secured too. That is where I will use this TLS version. There are 3 different versions starting from 1.0 to 1.2 being the highest. I will use any one of them depending on my requirement. Mostly 1.2 is used. That's where the advanced level of features that comes in. There is another storage that is data lake storage. I will explain you what actually data lake means. But for now, just to give you an insight, what is a hierarchical namespace? Forget namespace, you forget it. Just tell me what is hierarchy. What is hierarchy? What do you understand by this word? What is the meaning of this word? That's it. Just the meaning of this word. I don't need anything in case of Azure or any cloud computing, nothing. I don't need anything. Just tell me what is it. Now, what happens in this case is I am going to have a clear understanding that at any point of time, I am looking towards a structure. I want to have a complete representation available for me. That's where I have a hierarchical namespace. Now, if I use flat namespace, what is flat then? What is flat? On the other hand, see, you guys have already answered the question. You have already answered everything about it. You know what's a hierarchy namespace? Just the opposite of it is flat. You don't have a hierarchy. You don't have anything. Like I have a company. I am the CEO. I am the CTO. I am the CFO. I am the employee. I am the tester. I am the developer. I am the manager, scrum manager, everything. That's me. That's flat. If I am gone, then my company is lost, my CFO is lost, my CEO is lost, my job is lost, my employee is done, my tester, everyone is gone. That's where flat namespace comes into picture. So coming up into the comparing it with the Azure world, what happens is when we are talking about a flat namespace, it means a space, it means a location where there is a file, multiple files that are available. They are all stored into just one location. Let's say that's a ball. Okay, for now, this ball file has multiple files inside it. Multiple folder has multiple files inside it. There is no segregation. I can have some files related to weather forecast. I can have certain files for India New Zealand match of yesterday where India lost. And then there can be certain files which can have the COVID cases. These files can keep coming every single time. At least the COVID case files for every state will keep coming every single time. Every 10 minutes it might keep refreshing. But I don't have the flexibility to, all I can do is I can have an extension to the file written like Karnataka, Jharkhand, Rajasthan, Orissa, Gurgaon, Uttar Pradesh, and all these things is what I can mention. I cannot have a complete folder created and inside that all the COVID files will be kept. That flexibility is not available here. So I cannot have, subsequently, I cannot have a folder where all the cricket match related scores will be kept, where all the weather forecast related, related data will be kept. So that is where I do not have the flexibility to maintain this kind of a structure. Where I don't have a structure, like you people have already said, answered that, I don't have a structure, I don't have a schema, I don't have a top to bottom approach and all that. That is where I will just store my things, just store them, load them. I don't expect a chronology, I don't expect anything out of it. Fair enough. That's where I enable it. Once I enable it, I'll have the feature of ZenLake 2, but I'll show you later on. Then there is then there comes is your blob storage file share v3. When we are enabling NFS v3, it is kind of an additional level of a network file share that has to happen with a little secured form. Okay. Then there is an access tier. What is an access tier? An access tier are of three types: broadly, hot, cool, and archival. What does hot, cool, and archival means? Hot means a file is being accessed or a storage is being accessed on a regular basis. Whatever the data that resides in the storage are being accessed on a regular basis. Every single time, every single day I come and I check my data inside it, I'm able to see that there are multiple amount of files and I use those files. That's when I have the account designated as hot. Hot means you are using it. Hot data, cold data, right? We deal with some of these words. Hot data means transactional data, high speed data, that is rapidly changing data which is coming up. Cool means passive, batch, right? That's where hot and cool storage also comes into picture. Hot means rapidly being used or over a frequently being used storage under multiple scenarios. Cool means used over a period of time, and 30 days if it is not used, it will move into cool storage. So when it is a cool storage, the charges are way too less. How is it possible? How can I understand is there is something as a Azure calculator. When you come to it and you use this, you will identify the charges that are happening. Use storage account, and I go to my storage account section. Okay. Now here you see the region, and you see first here you check it is $20.80. I change the location, the charges change. Keep having a look at the charges that are applicable. Now let's stick to the central US. Charges are $18.40. Type, the charges change. The charges are changing a lot, right? That's where it is. I'll use Senlex 2. Standard or premium, this is 18. Watch this in premium. 10 times of it is always in premium. Okay. Then there is the account type is always hot. That's fine. Is always V2. Now access type, hot is $18, cool is $10, archival is $2. Why? Archive is the ones, the hot, the cools which are not used for over a period of time, they are archived. They are cool. They are to be used after 30 days. They are like for consecutively for 30 days, they have not been used. So whether they have moved to a cool tire, and gradually when I start using it, they'll move to a hot tire. Hot means then again $18 towards it. Redundancy that you select 23, that changes. Flat namespace, hierarchical namespace, charges change, right? That's where we have to understand about it. This gives us a brief idea, very brief idea, but it's not the accurate charge that is applicable. So now I'll go for a hot. Then there is file share. Azure file shares, leave it for now. There's a file share. What is a file share? A file share means something like this, which I just told you. This is kind of a file share. This is very secured, and to the ones I share this file will be the ones who will be able to access it. No one else apart from it, right? If I'm blocking someone, they'll not be able to access it. So most likely it is going to be used with a VM. So that is where these file shares are coming up into picture. In general, they have like 5 TB of storage, but if I'm enabling it, it will be like 100 TB and more. There is something as a CMK in case of tables and queues. That is kind of a key vault. That I'll tell you. Key vault I'll tell you when I take you through to the security concerns. That's where I'll cover it up. For now, just have this idea. There's something as a key vault that is associated. Networks. In the networks section is where we come across public, private, and hybrid clouds. This private completely, where only the ones IP addresses that I map here will be the ones who will be able to use it. No one else apart from that. Public is open to all those who have access to my repository, all those who have access to my resource group or subscription, they will be able to use the public access. Then there is public endpoints with selected networks, a step ahead and a kind of security assigned. Even while you access my resources, my subscription, you will have to go through a VM. The VM details are to be provided. Only after that, you will be able to use it. There's a data protection. There's something as a point in time restore, which you get is like at any point of time, you want to restore all the containers that you have lost over a period of time, like 6 days, 5 days, 10 days, something which you mentioned. That's where you get it restored. Enable soft delete. Soft delete, just understand this for blobs and all, I'll tell you later on. Soft delete means when you delete a mail, okay, when you're deleting a mail, remember it goes and resides in the Tash, and in the Tash it is available for 30 days, and from there at any point of time I can also restore it, isn't it? So that's where your soft delete comes into picture. Exactly the same thing is happening in case of your soft delete for containers and file shares too. That the maximum time which you can mention here, minimum is 1 to a maximum of 365 days is what you can have it retained. So that's where you enable and use it. So now I'll go with disabling it. There's a tracking. What happens in case of the first tracking is we try to track the recovery that has been done, a restoration that has been done to any kind of storage. That's where we will track it. Now, then I want to enable, like if at any point of time, any deletion that has been happened, any changes, any modifications that has been done, that's where I'll use this enable blob change feed. Okay. Now then is your tags. Remember I created one tag that is resource. Here it is. I give it a number. Here it is. So now what will I understand? What will it help me with? Charges. The bill that is prepared, I'll be able to identify from it. Isn't it? That is where I will be using all these features, right? That is what I'm looking towards it. This is what I'm expecting out here. So when I create it, I should be able to pass through it. Wait a second, somewhere it failed. Your validation is done. Once your validation is done, we will then create our storage. Okay. Give it a few seconds. It is taking too long a time. It should not take so much. Yeah. Now create it. Let this get created. Now it's done, and we will see the storage here where it will be reflected. Okay, it's fine. It will reflect here only. Okay, got it, everyone. This is where I create my storage. The infrastructure which I was talking about is here, which you can also hide. Now anyone can see my replications that I've selected, the kind of account that I'm using, all that, right? I don't want that. Okay, here's the details regarding my storage. I see this is completely over here. There's a container here which is going to be used. On this containers, I will create the blobs. Remember, there was something I was trying to tell you. There's a public access which you need to make it. Wait, I'll show that once again. One moment. There was something I was trying to tell you, like there is a public access here. Where it went. Public access enabled data. No, not here. Where has it gone? This one. I enabled it. That is the reason because of which you see there are 3 options available. I can now make it private, blob, or containers. If I disable it, only private will come up here. All these 2 options will not be available. Remember these things which I'm trying to tell you, okay? They are going to be asked in your interviews, or in case of your when you start working, you have to keep these things while you're configuring it. So now my blob is created. Onto this, container is created. Onto this, I'll keep on uploading my files. Okay. So what are the files that I have to upload? Any files that I feel like. Let's use the ones that I have. Free assignments. That is here. Okay. So these are like multiple files which I can use all these while. All right. So once I click on open, it will be loaded here. Fair enough. It gets loaded and the files are available. I can further use these files. Okay. Let's try to understand the architecture of it. What is the architecture of this storage? This is what I wanted to bring you to your people from the very beginning itself. Wait, I'll have what happens here. We have multiple kinds of requirements in these cases, multiple setups that are available. ODS, OLTP, warehouse, these logs, cloud services. Then they share certain amount of files. That can be data files, certain ETL extracts, can be a streaming data from all these options that are coming up, can be some certain API data that is coming up from all these. There is a transient landing location, landing zone basically. This happens in the storage area. So once this is loaded, once this is available, kind of a metadata which is available for us, I will then make it organized. The data that I have are going to get tokenized. There will be certain ACID properties associated, atomicity, consistency. What is that? I just forgot. Sorry, it is out of my mind right now. ACID properties. What is ACID? So, my bad. Really, I just missed the I part. Isolation. Sorry, isolation is what will happen. Then the durability. Okay, so after this the data starts moving. There will be STD type 1, type 2 data coming up, wherein we will start keep checking on these cases. Data is then refined. We do a refinement of the complete data. We take a look at it. If we want to do a scrutinization of the data, we want to sanitize the data, do certain massaging on top of it. Only the ones that is necessary, the jargons are left behind, the garbage collection is done, and finally my data gets to the consumers. These are the different steps that it follows while it comes from all these layers to a individual user. Okay, that is where this complete setup is prepared and utilized. Okay, that is the reason where we use all these setups. Understood all of it? This is where I'll take up all the requirements that has come up. That's how these storages work. I will then further use these storages to do multiple amount of work. Now here, as you can see, I created a blob. There are multiple files. I'm putting it up here, right? Here I'm adding multiple amounts of files over here. I do not have any flexibility to add any kind of, let's say, storage or segregations, nowhere you see that option being available. Now to do that, this is flat namespace. Now to have that option, let's see what happens. First we disable this, then I create another storage, enabling hierarchical namespace, and I create another storage. Watch this. In this case, when it comes containers here, you see the icon. How does it populate here? Once it is completed, you'll see that. One second, huh? It will take a little while. It will run. Just a moment. Then we will see the data lake Zen 2 storage. In Zen 2, I will show you how these things vary. Created. Here it states data lake storage. What was it saying in this case? The other one, it was saying blob service, hierarchical disabled, hierarchical enabled. Container icon you check here, right? This is where I have created a Zen Lake 2. So when it is a Zen Lake 2, I do understand that the containers are different here. Now when I create it, remember the public access, I disabled it. So here you see it's not working. Sorry guys. Yeah. So like I was trying to tell you here, that as you can see here in this case, there is this icon is missing. Okay. That's how it is. Now it is like if I have named it as, I'm saving it here, then this is the container and I add directory. I give a name as, I add, in this case, I'm going to add a directory and multiple directories I can keep on adding. Okay, that's where it is. I have a directory.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
And from the directory, it is all taken care. So right now I can make multiple directories, I can create multiple changes and all this, and I will have multiple stakes. Clear? This is how it is. Fair enough. That is how it is available, and it is not available in the other section. One thing is, we have a blob and a container. Blob is a bigger aspect, and then containers, container is a bigger aspect. Blob is like all subsequent of it. This is your container. These are blobs. Okay, got it? Multiple blobs we can have inside one container. Understood? This is something which is to be taken care in this case. After this, we will try to see something right here. Got it? So now you have certain file shares, queues, tables. In case of queues, it is like I have, it is used mostly for messaging purpose and no other use is coming up here. Just message, like a text message which you receive when you move from one state to the other, like welcome to so and so, the roaming charges will be applicable. That's where it comes in. This is completely different. Here to design it, we have to use is a service message bus to work on this. So that's a different story which is to be used in this case. Now, after that, we have is table store. Even in table store, we have to deal with a NoSQL database. The NoSQL database's data is going to be residing in case of this storage area. Okay, so that is where this comes into action. All right, then comes is the file shares. The file shares are the ones which I was trying to tell you, like where you'll have a minimum of 5 TB of storage. Each file share that we create will be of 2 GB of 5 GB of maximum, 5 GB of maximum, which you can have, and name it as then transaction optimized, hot and cool. You know it. Transaction optimized is used for any kind of transactions related storage where there will be a multiple amount of transactions that happens. Okay, this is something which we have to take care, and then we create it. Once we create it, it will be this is where we will store our files. We'll upload our files here. Once it is uploaded, we will then connect to it. How do we connect is, wait, I'll show you that. There is a set of snippet which you have to execute. That is here, which I'll share it across to all people. That is mostly here you have to come and use the CLI command cloud shell. Now in this case, Once it is created, we will have to add certain stuff here, which is basically these steps which you have to use. These steps I'll explain you. Where do I put it across? Okay, these are the few steps which you have to follow. Now, first thing which I have to do is I'm creating a group, a resource group. Just I'm creating it. I can use the same group as well, not a problem. Giving it a VM name, just a name I'm providing. Then the group, AZ group created by the group and the group name that is being called up here. Then the location where it is to be created. Then a password is assigned and with a random which is going to be generated at the end. This is for the VM to log in. Then I'll create a VM here altogether where I give the name which is passed at the top here, this one. Then I'll group which I'll provide here, which is again under the same group. Location I provided, image of 2019 data center, admin username. Then comes is like your RDP rule that I'm setting it across. It will be an RDP rule. Like at any point of time I want to connect to the store file share, I'll have to use a RDP. Finally, some show options. This will be like helping me to identify what are the details that I have to use to connect to the file share which I've created. And a cat will just basically copy the things from one end to the other and have a look at the particular file which I have in case of all the details regarding that storage which I have created. Okay. Now I'll create this. I'll just show you how this file share works. Why it has failed, it should not. Oh, bash. Show as pay as you go. Storage message cannot create storage. Taken already. The storage account name this is taken already. Let me check if I have it already. Storage account. Storage accounts. Anyone has it? That's my resource group where I have the storages. They taken some things like that. Is there anything created already? Oh no, I don't see that. It's not here. The storage is mountain, that's fine. Let me check. Okay. Use existing storage. I will give it a new, no, I'll use the existing one. Create a new storage. File share. Okay. Now let me create. It's in the progress. It will take a little time and then get created. Use PowerShell or bash query, anything that you want, whichever you are convenient with, you can use that. Then follow the steps here. The first is going to create a group. Okay, what happened? Now the first part is done. I have created a resource group under the subscription. The resource group's name is here, North-US, managed by name of the resource group. You'll see all these things being created all together. Then there's a password already created. And then I'm going to create the VM now. This will take a little time, few moments to get things created because it will create a complete VM. That's why. Once the VM is done, I will then assign these details towards it, like which resource group it has to populate to and all that. This takes a little time because it will be creating a VM altogether. So that's why. A few minutes more. Not much. It doesn't take so much of time actually. Maybe some challenges just caused it. So let's see. Okay, it's taking a little longer time. No problem. So much of time it does not take. It has taken too much of time this moment. Maybe a little network challenges. Let's see that. Yeah, now it's done. Now let's paste the next set. And then finally, I'll just finish it off as soon as it's here. So these are the details of my VM, which I have to connect. So that's the password, IP address, and OMSTSC. Provide the IP address, connect to it. User ID is this one, and the password is here. More choices. Then I get the password, and it's connected. Okay. So once it is connected, what I have to do is, while it is getting connected, remember, where did I create the file share? Did I create it here? No, right here. To connect with it, there is a connect option that will populate over here. Okay. Now, after you click on connect, you will see the different drive letters that are available. Leave some of the drive letters like CDE. Don't choose this one, otherwise it will tell you that there's a conflict. There are different environments where you want to have it hosted. For now, I've created a Windows one, so I'll create a drive letter with D, and then there is these codes which populate. These are certain partial codes which I have to use. Now just copy them, go to your environment, the one which you have created, open PowerShell, run as administrator, and paste here. Once you create it, you will see that there will be your drive created. Okay, so it will tell you like this is your T used, free, how much, and everything. Now, when you come up here and click on your PC, you will see the file share here. Double click on it, you see all the files here. You can very well delete the files from here as well and from the source location as well. But the problem here is if you delete something here, it will also affect on the other end. So if you just see here, it's lost here too. Clear? Now, one last type of storage which is also available, that is the Zen Lake 1. Okay. Now, here is we have had a discussion regarding Data Lake Zen 2 and Data Lake Zen 1, right? So these are this is all we have had a discussion. We have known about it. What did we get to see here? We got to see here is like what are the different redundancy that we can have, right? Then we have certain amount of let's say different types of soft delete. That's basically the that is basically the kind of protection, data protection that we can do. Point in time recovery which we have over here, isn't it? So these are certain stuff which we have identified and we can get to see that. Now after having all the necessary stuff completed over here, like where we are getting to see that what are the different sets of requirement which we can achieve. Okay, so what are the different sets of requirement which we can achieve over here? What are the different flexibility which we get in case of Zen Lake 2, right? On the other hand, I have exactly a replica of Zen 2, that is Zen 1, generation 1, Data Lake generation 1. What is the difference between Zen 2 and Zen 1? There's a very slight level of differences which we get over here. In case of Zen 1, prior to the discovery of, or I would say prior to the development of Zen 2, I would say Zen 1 was the most widely used or most widely used aspect of storage once you are done with the storage account. Okay, now I'll come to one more story as well after this. See, Zen 1 initially was in the year 2013 when big data and Hadoop came into the market. They had a good rapport in the market, good amount of stakes, a lot of people were utilizing. Gradually, in a year or two, they started losing their stakes. Why? Is because the infrastructure cost for big data is extremely high. A minimum, if you want to start from your own end, if you want to start practicing for your big data, let's say if you want to run a MapReduce program, it would require a minimum, the least which I'm saying is a 8 GB RAM, where your program will keep walking. I would not say it will keep running, it will keep walking. Now, crawling, in fact, in 8 GB. It will keep, it will take a little pace when you have 16 GB of RAM. Okay. So 16 GB is the minimum amount of RAM that is necessary for a MapReduce program to run. That's the amount of infrastructure it expects for a huge amount of data to be processed. Yes, it's very true that a lot amount of data can be processed with the help of big data and all. That's very absolute correct. But the problem is the infrastructure is the huge pain for every other person. So initially, startups and everyone were very reluctant to use big data. Only the big shots were capable of utilizing it and taking things further. So what happened gradually is big data started losing its stake. Keeping the such a beautiful technology in the mind, the platforms like cloud platforms came up with an idea. Let's give an environment which will be highly suitable for the technology like big data. So keeping those things in mind is where the Zen 1 was developed. Zen 1 has a HDFS integration on top of it, because of which the big data storage, the big data stores can be accommodated on top of the Zen 1 with least amount of pain coming up into picture. In fact, there is no pain, I would say. So what does it mean that we have a HDFS integrated onto the, HDFS layered onto the Zen 1? It means that the Hadoop distributed file system architecture has been called up onto the Zen 1 level over here. What does this Hadoop distributed architecture does, or it gives us? We generally get something related to, when I say Hadoop distributed, it means we have a complete architecture. We have a complete, I would say, a master slave kind of an architecture. MS is what it is known as, master slave, wherein we will have a cluster kind of a thing, that is HDFS cluster. These things I'm just explaining you because you should have certain idea about it, why it came to the market and all that. Then after that, once the cluster is available, we run through a different kind of a POSIX, I would say a POSIX, what is that? POSIX is, yeah, POSIX kind of a security setup, which we get on top of it. Then the HDFS cluster has a name node. What is a name node? I'll come to it. Okay. Then a name node, along with it a master node, right? A master node is there. Then that is basically, which is in general going to make sure that the file system and the namespace management is taken care. It mostly regulates the kinds of files and the clients that would come up on together. These are certain basic things which comes into picture when we try to have a discussion about the HDFS. Now, HDFS holds very large amount of data and provides very easiness to access the data on top of it. What happens, the general architecture is in, let's say, a traditional one, apart from big data, prior to big data, whatever we had, this is the storage block. These are different blocks I have. Let's say each block was of 8 MB. Previously, this is how it was. 8 MB was the minimum. Now, in case of, let us say, I give a file, the file size is like file 1, it is around 10 MB. So each block is of 8 MB, 8 MB, right? Now, my file size is 10 MB. So what will happen is this first one will be occupied completely. In the second one, only 2 MB will be occupied, right? This is what will be occupied. Now, rest of it will be all left empty, right? So now all of it will be empty, and the next time a file comes in, let's say file 2 is here, which is of 10 MB another, will again use a setup like this as the above. This will completely take the 8 MB here and 2 MB here, right? So this is how the complete setup works in these cases. Now try to understand one thing over here. The 6 MB which is left is lost. It is wasted. Okay. So what can we do to use the remaining 6 MB as well? That's where big data came into the market, where they gave each block the minimum of 64 MB as a size. At the same point of time, if your file is, let's say, 68 MB, it will use all the space here. Additionally, it will use another 4 MB from here, from another block, and gradually all the 60 MB which is left can be used by another file. Okay, that is where this kind of an architecture follows. Understood? So this understanding which we are carrying over here, which we have over here, we are taking it to the Zen Lake 1 implementation. Got it? That is the reason because of which we have a basic understanding that whenever we are talking about Zen 1 storage, it is more or less by the kind of, I would say, keeping in mind the big data storage. Why do I keep saying that big data storage, big data storage? Because there is a thin line of difference, which I just told you a little while ago, between the Zen 2 and Zen 1. Zen 2 has a limited storage of 5 petabytes. 5 petabyte is the maximum that you can have. In this case, it is unlimited. You get the hierarchical namespace here. Here also you get the hierarchical namespace. Understood? One difference which you will have here is in case of the redundancy. What were the redundancies that we have seen? LRS. What is it? Come on, tell me. Go ahead, guys. I need your answers. LRS, then there is something else. GRS, ZRS, GZRS. Right? So I request you to go through everything, whichever the classes we cover today, because I'll be keep asking you questions and all that. Okay. So that is the kind of redundancy that we get in case of Zen 2 while we are creating a storage account. Now, on the other hand, when we are talking about Zen 1, we will have only one, that is LRS. No other redundancy is what you will get. In fact, you do not get to set up a redundancy itself. It is by default LRS which you will have over here. Clear? So these are certain sets of differences which you can have in these cases. Additionally, you can have a hot or a cool tire, right? But here you will always have a hot tire. There isn't a feasibility of making sure that anything is in the form of a cool tire. Understood? So these are a few differences which we should keep in mind while we are working in any of these two different types of storages. Now, coming back here, let's try to understand how this data lake storage works. Here, in this case, I click on this particular data lake storage. I create a new one. All I need to do is select my sponsor, that is my subscription. Select, I'll create a new one. Understood? Now here is the location that I have to select. So now at the first place, I select the pay as you go. Then there is this location, which is already populated. Train DE 2021. And the name, I'll give it as ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage STO 2021. Fair enough. Then there is a pricing. What kind of a pricing that you want to use? Pay as you go. As long as you keep using, as long as you keep utilizing it, that's where you will be paying for it. And a monthly commitment, like monthly subscription kind of a thing. You can select any of it. There will be different packages that will come up. As per your requirement, you can very well select greater than 1 petabytes and which will keep on going. That's how it is. So you can see the charges as well. It's 1 petabyte is 1873177. That's a lakh, right? Why it is so costly? Because the kind of optimization that you will get, the kind of infrastructure that you will get, the next time when you load a file and try to read the file from this location, it will be real fast. Keeping in, if I give you an example, during the ancient days when we were having this memory cards, right? There was this 512 SanDisk memory cards, 512 MB, then 1 GB, then 4 GB, and so on. Even if I have a 8 GB of a memory card, but if I use a CDMA handset and I put it across that, and I expect the storage card to behave behave with the requirement that I'm expecting, it's kind of I would say this is something highly unexpected behavior which we are setting it across. Understood? That's how we have to make sure. Then there is encryption. There are multiple types of encryptions that are available broadly into three categories that you have. One is your do not encrypt. The other one is your managed by Data Lake Zen 2, Zen 1 itself, and a key vault. What is a key vault? I'll tell you that sometime later when I take you through to the data factory and all. But now, when it comes to the data lake, I'll just go for do not encrypt for now. Then we have the tags. We created a tag the other day that was the resource, which I gave it a name as. But today, yesterday, since I deleted my resource group just to save the cost that I don't have the tags over here. I'll just create one, that is, I'll name it as storage and a name over here, value over here. Finally, I will create this particular storage as well. So what happens here? Here it is. Now, this, what we see over here is my data lake storage, Zen 1. When I want to store something, all I have to do is there is something known as a data explorer here. Click on it. Now here what you see is the parent folder. Okay, this is the parent folder right here, and we have to make another folder under it if you want to, or if you don't want, you can very well store right here itself. Load your files right here into it. I can do that. Okay, I can very well do that as well. I can get the files selected and loaded onto it. Now, once it is done, I can see my file right here. Just you refresh and you can see the file right here. However, it's always advised that you follow a hierarchy or just create certain folders so that you don't have a challenge in this case. Let's say cricket folders that I create. Onto this, I'll load my specific set of files. Now, watch this here. You will come across these terminologies time and again. So I'm explaining it to you. This over here, whatever the data lake name I gave, this is the one I gave, ADLS store 2021, is known as the parent folder. Okay, that's the parent folder. Under it, it is a child folder. Cricket is a child folder, right? Now, subsequently, if cricket has multiple folders inside it, that will be sub child folder. Like this is one here, there's just one folder here. Inside this, I create another folder. That's how it is. Inside that, I can create another folder as well. It can go on. Clear? Like this, you can have multiple number of folders onto it. If at any point of time I'm deleting this cricket folder which I've created, all the child folders along with it will be lost as well. Fine. That's how you work in case of a data lake Zen 1 storage. Understood? These folder properties, these access levels, when to use, for what purpose, we will see that. I will tell you. There will be a situation where we will have these things to be utilized over a period of time. So have patience. I'll bring you back here as well. Fine. So now what happens here is I'll tell you the architecture that runs in the industries. Okay. Generally, let us say here is a customer, right? So now this customer A has a bunch of files in this. Multiple files are there, right? These files are to be processed and utilized. What do I have to do? First and foremost thing a customer does a generic architecture which flows in Azure, and that's insisted and suggested by Azure as well, which I will show you down the lane how this architecture flows and how it is utilized. They suggest that initially, if you're having some, these files are like jargons. They have lot many other different files, too many amount of unwanted files, unwanted data, lot many things are there. Put it across into storage account first. Storage account, just create a blob or anything out here, right? Anything you want to create, just create it here, store it, dump your data, dump your files onto it. Then after that, what you have to do is this file is loaded here. Now your raw data is here. Raw data is here. Now you are not going to take the raw data and directly dump it onto your final representation. Absolutely a big no. You will do something on top of it. Certain amount of transformations, certain actions you will take, right? These are certain things which you will do on top of this raw file. Once it is done, what will happen is the final set of file which you will have, or the records that you will have in the form of a table, right? You will store it in the form of a table or in the form of a file. So in the form of a file is where you use Zen 1. Okay, you can use Zen 1 here or Zen 2 as well. Any one of these you can use. There is no hard and fast that you have to use Zen 1 and Zen 2 or something like that. You can prefer Zen 1 only when you understand or you have a requirement which is where you have this understanding that your files will grow on gradually, and towards the end you will have more than 5 petabytes. If it is more than 5 petabytes, then that is where we have this complete setup, Zen 1. If it is less than 5 petabytes, you can use Zen 2 as well. No problem with that. In that, I did tell you how you can create a hierarchical namespace. That's exactly what you can use over here as well. Fine. Is that understood over here? When do you use Zen 1? The sanitized file, the sanitized records, whichever you will have, that the complete massaged data is what you will store in the Zen 1 location or Zen 2. Clear? Now what will happen is you may utilize this data for everyone, like down the lane as well. Lot many other people will start utilizing it. They might use it for a fact table creation, dimension table creation, or they can use it for their representation, their Power BI. Lot many other things can come up wherein they will be utilizing it again. Clear? That is where we will use this complete setup for Zen for your Zen 1 related aspect. Now, next is we have something related to the second set of discussion which you are supposed to have over here. There is something known as a relational data store. Okay. Now, what's a relational data store? What is it? Anyone's having any idea? Relational, we all know. Relational, we all know what is relational. Now, in that context, what is I would say what do we understand over relational data stores in this case? Now, here I have to understand one thing here as forget about these data stores right now. Let's try to understand what's a relational here. Relational. In case of relational, like you guys said, parent child, two or more people connected, things connected. Absolutely. Where do we get these relational stores? Is exactly where your forte comes in. Is where you guys are already expertised. You guys are also good in SQL. That's where relational data stores come into picture. When we are talking about relational data stores, we are broadly talking about Azure, SQL, and ASA. That is Synapse Analytics. Okay. See, there will be a lot of other different things which we will be discussing about Synapse, storage, utilization of Azure SQL and all that. I'll take you through each and every other things gradually. Don't worry about that part. Now, what happens here is we have a clear picture of what is relational stores, how these relational stores work. We have already worked in case of SQL, so we know, right? We are aware of what is SQL and how it behaves. But something which we will add on to our skill sets is Azure SQL. And there is an additional something which we'll get to know is Synapse. That's predominantly, or I would say, initially a data warehouse tool that was utilized. But over a period of time, it has been renamed and
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
analytical stuff has been got into it. So that's the reason it is Synapse Analytics. We'll come to it secondly. For now, focusing in case of Azure SQL databases, what do we have over here? In case of Azure SQL, we know we already have the idea about SQL on-premise. What do we do over here? We have SMS. We are connecting it to the different storages. We are pulling the data out here, and from the data we are creating databases. Then from the databases we are then creating the tables. Then we create the stored procs, then functions, then we create a lot many other things out here, triggers and all, indexes. Yeah, indexes basically on tables, but that's something which we create right here. These are certain basic things which we get on top of a database and on tables in on-premise setup. Exactly the same thing is what we will have in case of a cloud environment as well. When it moves on to Azure SQL, nothing more you get apart from a certain additional level of features that's here. Complete setup, you will have it as such. Whatever you have in your on-premise, you'll completely have the replica in your cloud environment. Got it? That's where we will have the mirror image as well. But there is a thin, fine line of difference between Azure SQL and the on-premise SQL. What is the difference between these two? Let us say I give you a task to upgrade the on-premise SQL version, upgrade the SQL Server version. Now, what are the things that you'll have to go through? How many of you have worked in case of an upgrade or know the steps? Just tell me, what are the things that you will go through? When I ask you to upgrade, what are the things that you will keep in mind? Prerequisites, post-requisites, in between, what is it? Overall aspect. Let's say this is my database, right? Which is residing, obviously my database resides on a, where? My database, SQL database will reside on a SQL server. We always connect to the SQL server first. Then under the SQL server, we have the multiple databases, right? This is my SQL server. Under this, I will have multiple databases, right? Isn't it? Now I am requesting you to upgrade the SQL Server. This is, you have a version. Which version you guys are utilizing? Okay, 16, 17, 9. These are the different versions of SQL Server. No, I'm talking about SQL Server. Don't tell me about SSMS versions that you're using. When you do, some people are generally confused with that. What do you get in this case? I wanted the SQL Server version that you work on, right? So whatever you are saying, I hope you are saying is the SQL Server version, not the SSMS version. Okay, all right, that's perfect then. So now you have, some have 2009, some have 12, some have 16, and some have 17. Now to all, I give you a task to upgrade SQL Server, upgrade to the latest version, which is 20. What is the latest version, guys? 2019. All right, I'll take it. That's the one that is available, 2019, but you will soon get 2020 as well, because they are making sure the new versions are coming up. Not so soon, but yes, maybe in I would say another couple of months you will be having it in picture. Okay, so that is where you will get your 2022. There's a lot advanced features, too many things are there. You'll get it soon. That's fine. So for now it is 2019. Let's go by 2019. Everyone has a different versions here, 17, 2009 and all. I request you to upgrade it to 2019. Now what are the steps you will take? Tell me. Steps, measures, or precautions. First, you will have to take a backup. Once the backup is taken, then you will have to verify the backup. Once the backup is verified, okay. Now, once you have taken the backup, you will restore it. You will have to first verify the backup that you have taken. Setup.exe. Setup.exe, if I launch it, what will happen is it will start the upgrade process. See, I am a database administrator. These perspectives, what I'm talking about is on the basis of a database administrator. You guys are developers, so obviously we will have less knowledge. I mean, not less knowledge, I would say. Obviously, we will not be aware of all the steps, but certain basic things which we should have in our bucket. So addition, upgrade. Okay, these are the steps how you will upgrade it. I'm talking about the prerequisites and the postrequisites. So now let us say when I was a kid, I was a small kid. I was like going to the kindergartens, and I was going to the kids garment shop where my parents used to get me some clothes. Now I have upgraded myself. I've gone, I'm bigger, I am broader, so I have to go to a different store, a men's store. Again, in there also, I'll have to try different sizes, check the quality, understand if it feels good on me or not, looks good on me or not. These are different trials that I have to do. To do these trials, I have to go through a prerequisite. First thing which I'll have to keep in my mind is what is my current size. My current size is 30, 32, 40, 50, double XL, XL, whatever it is. Keeping this thing in mind, I will go to that particular section. I'm not a, it won't be like I am a guy of double XL size and I'll go to a kids section. And from there, I'll start trying my clothes. That's not going to work, isn't it? So we have to keep certain things in mind that wherein if I want to do anything as such, I should be able to make things work for me. This is where I'll come across like the different steps. What are the steps? First, I'll have to take a backup. Then I'll have to verify the backup if it is perfect or not. If I don't verify the backup, the next moment I restore it, everything is lost. Then I have a logins. How many of you know about Rev login script? Something as Rev login script. How many of you have heard of it or know about it? Or if you guys have worked on it, I'll give you a task to do a upgrade in on-premise. I want you guys to be proficient in that. Okay. A Rev login script is utilized to script out all the logins, right? I take a backup of the database. I do verify the backup of the database. But there are certain existing users as well, right? Who are connected to the particular database. SQL logins, which you might have seen users. That's where it comes into picture. I need that as well. I cannot leave it behind. I need the stored procedures, the functions, each and every other thing I would need. I don't have. Okay, I'll show you that once again. This is where all these things are required for me to take it further, to work on it. Got it, guys? That's where all these steps are completed. Then I will start the upgrade process. That's where your exe running your exe launch setup comes into picture. I initiate the process right now. Once I initiate the process right now, my SQL server is upgrading. Once it is upgraded, I will then restore basically all these databases onto it. Databases, logins, scripts, all that I have, I'll restore it onto it. That's how migration happens, guys. These are the basic steps in which the migration takes place. Now, in addition to all that, what is it that I have to keep in mind? Some things which I have to keep in mind is I have got a new shirt. I have to keep in mind when I'm going to wash the clothes, will it start losing colors out of it? When I wash the clothes and I iron them, and I mean, basically, I press them, will the plates be formed perfectly or not? Will it burn too easily? These are certain things which I have to keep in mind. So these are like post requisites. Post requisites means I will have to run some scripts over here where I can figure out that the database is working fine. There is no I would say there is no upgrade in these queries. There hasn't been any kind of a change in that, major changes in that. There is no login missed. There are no such left out databases, tables, or anything. Nothing is missing over here. I do these post checks. Once these post checks are done, is where I will be available in the uh, I will be available in the latest versions and the latest requirements. Okay, that is the reason because of which I am having all these post requisites and prerequisites here. Now, these are the basic things which are needed when I try to upgrade in a on-premise setup. This is all which we have selected, which we are doing is on a on-premise setup. Correct? So, keeping all these aside, what we get to see here is the complete process that I have to go through. Now, this I have narrated in a very nutshell form. Like I've just given you a brief, I would say a shortest idea about how this upgrade happens. But there's a long process. There's a 1 day, 8 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours of execution that has to happen. Network team, Windows team, the database team, everyone has to be present there, and that's where the entire process takes place. Okay, now this is where the complete process happens. After this, there will be like I just told you the nutshells of it. There will be a downtime given to move the services. There will be a complete window provided. After that, you have to start first. You'll have to start from the lower environments, meaning the dev environment, QA, then prod it goes to. These are the different process that a person has to go through. After that, there will be an there has to be, first of all, there has to be an approval from the client, and he has to sanction a budget towards it. He will try to understand what are the different objectives that needs to be achieved, all of it. Then only you are in the latest versions. That's the pain, guys. This is actually the real pain which we go through when we are in an on-prem setup, isn't it? I'm just saying these processes are pain. I would not say the work is a pain. Never I am commenting on the work, guys. Do not take me in that way. The work which I do in an on-premise setup in the SQL server, when I code whatever the codes that I'm writing, exactly the same code I'll write in the Azure SQL server as well, in the cloud environment as well. There is no difference in that. Just the only differences which you see is all that here. What's the benefit then? Why did I tell you all these things? There must be some wonders that cloud is doing because of which we are here. That is, whenever you want to do an upgrade, let's say only the version, SQL Server version, it's like you don't have to think about it. You will always be in the latest version. If it is 2019, then you are using 2019 here. Okay. Secondly, I just spoke about a SQL Server version being upgraded. There are certain other upgrades as well. You want to add an additional amount of a storage, you want to increase the storage. All these things are different setups which are going to be available as well. So you can imagine what is it, what is the next set of tasks that will keep coming. So when we think about these next set of tasks, we are actually in a state of like in a horrific state altogether. On the other hand, when I compare it here, Like let's say I want to increase the drive space. All you need is just one approval and you drag and drop it. That's where your drive space is achieved. Here, everything is so convenient and it's like just a kid doing all these things. I'll make a kid sit over here. The moment I give you a green signal, just drag it, save it, leave it. That's where your upgrade is done. Now, he may not be having the clear picture behind the scenes, but he is aware of what he has to do. This is how the complete setup works in case of Azure SQL. This is how we can make sure at any point of time I have enhanced my storage, I can very well retain back the previous storage that I have. I did tell you there is this big billion day. There is this Amazon's Great Indian Festival, which we have regularly every year. They have these situations, they have these occasions just for 2 or 3 days. In this case, what they do is they enhance their storage, they enhance their performance, they enhance their computes, so that all the requests that comes in, all the people who are going to utilize their window will not face any kind of a latency. The traffics, the data movement, the data capturing, everything else will be really captured within a few seconds. There won't be any kind of challenges in this case. Okay. Now, what is the point of having enhanced my infrastructure? Okay, I did enhancements. I have my big billion day coming up, so I did the enhancements. But now, what will I do with this such a beautiful and environment, enhanced environment? I need to get back to my original configuration. I cannot have this done. I will not be able to take up things like that. I don't want it to be, so burdened off on me. So that is why this is why I will be like in a situation where I have invested a lot, but I don't know if I will be able to take things further or not. I have the budget to take it further or not. So I have to again move back. I should have the flexibility to move back to my original state, which I use every day in a year. Clear? That's where we have all these setups. Understood? Here, when we move on to the Azure SQL, we will see that how the Azure SQL behaves. What are the things that we get in case of an Azure SQL? What are the benefits that we are going to get out of it? And then try to understand each and every other thing. Now, I have the slides too, but what I will do is I'll take you directly from practical concepts. There itself, I will keep on explaining each and every other setup. Okay, so just a second. So here, like all the slides and all the requirements are available in this case. We can follow the slides as any point of time you want to go through it. You can go through it. You'll be able to catch up with all the requirements, whatever is required. However, I will now move you to the actual Azure SQL portal, show you everything right then and there, and then we move on. See, these are the things which I was talking about. That's a basic thing which I discussed. Now here, as you can see, the differences between Azure SQL and an on-premise. There's one database that can host several databases from different customers, can host objects on the server. It follows TDS, it follows TCP/IP communications, complex communications that is not possible. It makes it happen. It is easy with the hardwares, and working with the physical system is tiring a little bit. Backups are automatic. You do have to schedule your backups in case of an. That's more or less about a theoretical concept of Azure SQL. Now, next, whatever I'll explain you is from the portal itself. This is something which I'm going to tell you right now might give you a little confusion, but let's try to have it cleared completely. When you type SQL here, you will get something as SQL databases, and then there is servers, instances, and all these options which you see. However, what we will stick to is something as Azure SQL. Type Azure SQL. So what will happen is when you click on Azure SQL, this will bring us to a plan of action as such. Now, what is this plan of action, guys? What do we get here? We are going to have a database here. We are going to create multiple amounts of instances over here. Some sorts of virtual machines, if you want to create, you can as well. These are the different options which we are going to get. Now, when I'm talking about a SQL server altogether, there is a lot behind it. There's just one pinch which I'm showing you right now, but I'll gradually take you through to the entire ocean. Now, here as you see, there is a database, there is a managed instance, and there is virtual machines. Let's try to understand, in case of these databases, what is this single database, then what is this elastic pool, then server. We all know what is a database server, on top of which our databases are going to be hosted, right? That's something, right? And then let's try to understand what's a managed instance and Azure Arc. What does it give us? The thing is, when we are talking about Azure SQL, there are broadly three different kinds of deployment models that are available. Three types of deployment model. What are they? First one is single. Second one is managed instance. Third is elastic pool. We did see these options here right now, isn't it? There's a single database, there's an elastic pool, there's a managed instance. What are these? Let's try to understand about it. What is a single database, guys? Have you ever seen a family with one child? You must have seen families with one child. Some of you might be a family of, like you are a single child and you don't have a brothers or sisters as such. Maybe cousins we have, but not that. That's how. So, what does it mean? I say like he's a single child, so he is isolated from any kind of brothers and sisters, own brothers and sisters kind of a relationship. He has cousins, but he is not so used or well versed with it. So what does it mean? It means when I was saying it's a single child, what happens here? What does he get? All the love of parents, pampering. Now the answers are flowing in. More attention. Yes. Excellent. See, you know it. Right? I don't think I'll have to give all the answers. You already have answered all the properties. Exactly. That's it. You have answered all the questions. Now all the properties, all the love, all pampering, all the care, all the property even, right? All the properties which you have said. Yeah, he will not have anyone to fight with and no legal cases and all that. He will always enjoy everything as long as his parents are rich. So yes, that's very true. So guys, I've already answered everything. Now, secondly, there is one child. Now imagine a family of 10 kids. Now tell me about it. Compare it in this form only. Now what happens? 10 is too much, is it? Oh, okay. But then tell me. Now come with it. Compare these things only. Yeah, I don't need any technical things. These things only. Tell me. The love is shared. You tell me. I'll write it. Love is shared. Then what? Properties are shared. Some even might not get a pinch. Even we have to share everything exactly. Even some will have to share your like brothers and sisters used to they have the possibility of sharing their comb, they have the possibility of sharing their room, then the I would say the closet. There are certain things which you guys also have to share. Completely it is shared. Need big house, yeah, very big house. You will need obviously for 10 kids, obviously you will this the family which has 10 kids will definitely need a big house. I have a family of 40. If you come to my hometown, then you will see. It's a joint family, bro. But you can see that. That's how it is, right? So everything else is got to get shared. There will be fights love as well. There will be fights among these brothers. There will be a quarrel. There will be love. There will be shares. A good cricket team also they can form. They can have a good manage. It's time management and take care very difficult. Yes, very true. They can have five teams divided and have a basketball team altogether. Right? They can play as such. This is how it is. How does a single child play then? Single child doesn't have to play with anyone. He just does his own set of entertainments. No one else is here with him around. So now when I compare it with the little onto the Azure end, I bring you here. This is a single database. And here is a managed instance. Okay. Now you give me the answers about single database and managed instance. What is it? Now, whatever you have studied or whatever we have discussed all this while, what do we think about single instance? Come on. Their own set of resources. Absolutely. What else? He has all the own set of resources, no sharing, and anything else that anyone wants to add individually. I'll write it down for you. Then there is something else. Portable. Okay, I'm not sure what you meant, but let's try to write it here. That's it. Okay. All right. You understood about what is a single database right now. I'll give you the ideas about it a little more. Now, how about managed right now? just the opposite. First is shared. Second, here in a family of 10, there will be one kid who is a very pampered child of the parents, who is always loved the most. We have this situation or not? Multiple users. Okay, that's great. Lagging is what I take it. Then I'll explain it. That's a good one. Performance is slow. Absolutely. Performance of some database, let's say, some might be. So I'm adding it a star here. That can be for some databases. And what else? There'll be like the one in case of lagging where he said out of all the 10 kids, there will be one kid which is very dear to their parents. Let's say the eldest one and the youngest one. And the middle ones are like standby players or something. This is where it comes into picture. We have the complete idea and the answers here. What do we get when a single database comes into picture? A single database, when I'm designing, it will be I can have multiple single databases. Okay, for somebody who said like per server one database is what you can have. You can create that, no problem as such. It's the option is open. But in that case, if let's say I give you you are a developer right now, I give you an assignment, then you start working in my project, and you request for say a employee table employee database in one server, and the finance database in finance data server, then the HR database in HR server. So these are multiple servers, no? Connecting with them and setting up a join would be impossible, right? So this is where the challenges happen. You can have this option, no problem with that, but these are certain set of challenges which you'll come across. You won't be able to do it. Secondly, there will be a cost coming up. Highly expensive if you have multiple servers, and on the multiple servers you create single databases. Too much, right? So what I'll do here is I will always stick to one server. All these we will discuss in one server. Okay, in one server I will create multiple single databases. I can create multiple single databases. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this term or not, isolated database. This comes from 2016 and above versions, where you have the flexibility to designate a particular set of a requirement or a composition, or I would say computes, to one database. In this case, now what I will do is I will have a setup which is required to deliver. Let's say this is my SQL server. In the SQL server, I have multiple single databases. These are all single databases, okay? Multiple single databases. So now what happens is this database A, let's name them B, C, D, E. These databases which we see here, we get to know that at any point of time, database A will have its own set of composition. Let's say it has 2 GB of RAM, 4 GB of storage. Okay, then comes is B, which has 6 GB of RAM, 2 GB of storage. Okay, then C, D, and so on. Everyone has its own individual set of configuration. Clear? Now these are the sets, these are the ways with which we will be working. Now, remember one thing here, guys. I am able to create all these setups. I'm doing it all. But the thing is, these are highly expensive. If I keep creating single databases, they will be a real expensive thing that comes up into picture. You might not know it, might not be able to identify it. Even when I'll take you through, I'll show you the cost. You'll think it is very cheap, very less on cost compared to that of managed. But in a long term, if you have multiple databases hosted of the same configuration or of different configurations, each of it, charges might be exponentially high compared to that of managed instance. This is where your single database comes into picture. Now, when we are talking about managed, this is kind of a SQL server where a specific set of configuration is given: 50 GB of RAM, 1 TB of storage. Right? This is what is available here. So now in managed, I can have ample amount of databases. There is a max of, I don't remember the exact number, probably it is 25 or 30. That something is the max number. Okay. And in single databases, the maximum that you can create is 20. Understood? That's how it works. This is how managed is. This is how single databases. Is this clear to everyone? Any questions or any doubts so far? Single database is only for single user. Coming back here, somebody said single user and multi-user. It's nothing like that. Everyone can use it. You are I'm a single child. I get the love of my aunt, my uncle, my relatives, my paternal, maternal, every side. I do get the love. That's open. I'm open for all the love that I have to get. Okay, that's open. That is not like single user, only one user will be able to access it. No, all can access. A group, multiple users, everyone. What about backup and restore? Yes, that's great. I did tell you backup is automatic, right? Here, as you see this point, backup is automatic. Restore also you can do it as and when you have the backup, you can also do a restore of it. Second thing is these are automated stuff. Apart from that, there is also a Azure backup which is available. That's another entity which you can use for your own purpose too. If you type here backup, okay, backup items or anything that you want to do, center is too high. Center is like the complete data center is what you backup it up. Just go for backup items. This is where you will be able to do the backup for a particular instance. Set up ad hoc on your basis. Clear? I'll show you these backups and everything also. I'll show you. Don't worry about that. I'll show you. I'll tell you. I'll explain each one of it. So guys, all these what I'm talking about is just one server. Okay. Single data.
Okay.
Also, I'm talking about one server. You can have multiple servers. In multiple servers, you can have single databases. In managed, you can have multiple servers as well. Under multiple servers, you can have multiple managed databases. Like let's say in server A, I have 20, and in server B, I have 30 databases. That's different. You can do that. Okay. That is applicable. Like I told you, there's a family of 10 kids. There will always be one kid which is very special to the parents, which will get a little, see, parents will never make that discriminations, but still there will be 0.1% of extra love that kid would be getting. Maybe he's a good student, maybe he's a good guy, maybe their parents have hope that towards their old age he will be the take caretaker of them. These are certain properties which attract you, right? When you be good to your parents, they will have hope that yes, he's going to take care of me down the lane, or he's going to do something down the lane as well. If you are a good student, you will do something in your future. Students are always good, but if you're good in academics.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
You'll do something great in your future. But I was a failure. But that's all. That's the thing which comes into picture, isn't it? So when you are good, I'll tell you my story, my life story. Okay. I wasn't a good student, absolutely a dumb student when I was in academics when it comes to picture. Maybe I had around 63% in 10th, 66% in 12th, and 70% in my graduation. That's my academic case. Trust me, I'm not lying. I can share you my mark sheets as well. This is what I am. My parents, they did not have hope that I'll do something in my future, even I'll get a job. That's how it is. But gradually I made a job. I clicked on to the interviews. I was able to manage, and some organization thought that yes, I can have this kid, maybe he'll do something for me. Maybe I'm doing as well. I don't know how they have me so for so many years. See, one day it so happened my dad was like, what are you going to do in your future? You have such a bad academy, you have nothing so good. It's obvious, it's expected. They will say that because I wasn't good, right? So right now, on the other hand, I have a brother. He is absolute is material. Okay, he's such good in academics. So now, on the other hand, parents were like a little inclined to them. So he was having some hopes that he'll make it through, he'll study, he'll do something in his life. He did something as well. So that's where it comes, and we can compare in case of managed instance as well. There is a database which is of big size. Like out of these 50 TB, with 50 GB of RAM and storage that is available, 1 TB of storage, let's say 50 GB of storage is used by one database. Let's say database A. Then there is another database which uses 20 GB. These are all I'm talking about is storage. Another database which uses how many I have? Okay, 50 GB. Then let's say 10 GB. So now if I do in 50 GB, this is a database, multiple tables are there. If I do a select star from a table that has millions records, it's a millions of records in it. Now how much time will it take? Obviously too much. Too much of compute will also get used by it. 50 GB of RAM is what I have. Out of that, let's say around 10 GB is used over here or is occupied by this one query. Now, if there's anyone who comes and tries to access the database B and he does a select star and he's also performing on a big table which has around 10 million records, So here now he has around 40 GB of RAM which is available. He will take away around let's say another 10 GB of RAM for utilization of this entire query to yield you the entire result that you're looking towards. This is where we have to expect that there could be another database or another person who is querying on the same table. He will find a latency. He will find a performance gap. This is shared over here, right? That's where these things come into picture. That's where a performance comes into picture. When you have setup where there are multiple databases, we can expect one of the database taking up majority of the spaces and the leftover is shared across by all the others. If in the family of 10, one kid is a foodie, he eats like let's say 30 rotis are made. Out of these 30 rotis, 10 are eaten by one of the kid. 10 is eaten by one of the kid. Rest 20 are to be shared by the 9 of the kids that I have along with parents. Fine. So he has used maximum of the resources. So obviously all the others will have to use less amount of resource. Fair enough. Does this give you the clear picture of how these managed and everything works? Okay. All right. So we have understood what is a managed and single instance right now. Now I'll move on to one more last part of this. That is the elastic pool. What is the elastic pool? Now, elastic pool, in case of elastic pool, it is like here is a family. Okay. There are like 10 kids here. One, there is two, then there is three, four, then there is three, then there is four, then five, six, seven, eight, nine, and 10. So these are the 10 kids in a family. 10 kids in a family. Now, what happens is, see, they already have the love of their parents, all love of their parents, love, care of their parents. Right now, what I have to do is, it's not the only family that they deal with. There are other members in the family. There could be paternal side, then there will be maternal side. So these are all the different data, other relationships which he can have. Now imagine one thing, that there is like my father's younger brother. He loves one of a kid a lot. So whenever we all 10 go to his house, he loves this kid a lot. A lot. He would pamper him, he would get him chocolates, he would get him new clothes. Something or the other he'll definitely do for this kid. That's special child for him. Now, what happens here is, when I take you through to the technical terms, now we are on a vacation, so we went to my father's younger brother's house, and then once we are back, I'm into the same state now. I'm getting all the same whatever the I was supposed to get from my parents. Right now, when I take you through to the technical terms over here, there is something like table here. Sorry, not a table. I mean, there is a server here, and then there are multiple databases. So out of these databases, okay, out of these databases, I have to make sure that at any point of time, I'm this particular, let's say, okay, so out of all these databases which I have, only one database has a maximum amount of load in a day, or sometimes sometimes a month. This particular database has a maximum amount of load. Now what will happen is, when will the load come? Now if I do Amazon's Great Indian Festival, so in this case, this particular storage which I have here, this database which I have here, out of all the databases on the server, I'll move it out of the sequence. Like when this Amazon Great Indian Festival comes into picture, the transaction database has the maximum amount of load. So all the records are to be loaded and everything has to be done on top of lot many operations will happen. Now, once this is done, once this transactions and everything is over, that is basically the Great Indian Festival is also over. Now, what is the, sorry, one more point before moving on to that. Here I have the transaction database. Now, why did I move it out of the entire pool of databases? Is because I want to give it a specific set of a configuration. Let's say the entire setup has 50 GB of RAM, 1 TB of storage. Here I give it as, let's say, 30 GB of RAM altogether, 200 GB of storage for now. For just during these 3-4 days, I'll assign it as such. Fine. Now, once this setup is over, once this setup is completed, once my Great Indian Festival is over, there's no point having such a huge configuration here. It will not help. Not help in the sense, it'll keep on yielding a lot amount of cost towards it. So no point of having this available with me. So what I will do is I will again move it back to the original state where it was. So I will get it here and put it back to this configuration where it was already. Clear? This is what elastic pool means. If one database is obviously loaded with a lot many requests, true. It's very true that you will have a performance issue, because if that particular database is impacted a lot, he will start using a lot of resources. Let's say now if it is using 10 GB, down the line he can use 30 GB, 40 GB, lot many other resources as well. Too much things can happen. All the other databases will have an impact too. Clear? So in managed, that's one thing which you have to compromise. You might have, I'm sure you people are also working in a managed database, managed environment, managed instance, basically, where you will have multiple databases all together. One of the databases is huge on the size, on the other there is a little small databases too. However, you have these situations, but if you have certain ways of optimizing your databases, doing certain kind of indexes, doing certain clusterings on top of it, you can have a little optimized level of a database achieved for yourselves. Infrastructure for the database that will give you the optimum result out of it. Try reducing it to the greatest extent. That's how it is. So that is for sure you will encounter this kind of a situation if you're in managed. Okay, you cannot avoid that. We will come across this situation, but it depends upon us how we are going to handle it. Either we give certain resources, we do certain optimizations, we do certain like let's say what is that, partitionings, horizontal, vertical, or indexings. All these is what we do. Is that clear? Okay. Now that we have had a clear picture about what is managed, single, and elastic pool altogether, now what we will do is we'll go to the portal, create a single database over here. On the database, we will try to understand certain things over here. That's where we will try to figure out and work in these cases how these are going to be set up. Okay. Here's my database, SQL Server. As you can see, when I click on this single database, I get to see single database as an option, elastic pool as an option, and database server as an option. As we all know, on a SQL server, on a server itself, our databases will reside, right? That's where I will have to create a server first, or while creating a database, I'll also have to provide details of a server which it has to create. Fine. If it is a pre-existing server, then always you can utilize the same server to host your databases on top of it. Okay, so let's do one thing in this case. I'm coming to one of the other questions which you have, which one someone had. If I have multiple single databases, or if I have managed databases, where it will be costly, or how it is, which one is going to be cost effective? See, in case of single database, let's say one database I have of 10 GB of RAM. Its charges are, let's say, $100. Another I have is of 2 GB of RAM. Here the charges are like $10. So on, I keep on having multiple databases. Like for now, let's say I have all of 10 GB and all are of $100. I have 10 databases right now. So the total would be 10 star 100, which is going to be $1,000 per month. Right? $1,000 per month is what I have to spend over here. It's way too much for me. Now, in case of managed instance, what will happen is there is an instance here. I create 10 database or 20 or 30, that doesn't matter. The overall cost is $200 per month for a specific set of a configuration. Let's say 30 GB of RAM, 10 GB of storage is what you get. Fine. So here you need to take a call on this case. Yes, you will have to compromise with the adequate resources that you have taken care. And here, on the other hand, you will have a dedicated resource for each one of them. You can see the charges. But if all these databases which you have created are for one conclusive requirement, then in that case, I would insist use managed. Okay. Here, you may see right now, whatever I create, you may see that the charges are less while I'm creating it, but the charges down the lane will be exponentially high, guys. Trust me, you will come across that. Okay. Now we have what we are going to do is, let us first create the database server. Once the server is created, then I will create the database on top of it. This is all for single instance is what I'm creating, single database. Now I'm going to provide my resource group name, SQL server name. Okay, so it is taken already. This is also taken. Okay, now that's the location and I give it a name. Let's say SQL admin is what I give the name. Okay, so that's the password. Now I move on to the next environment. Here's where I have a firewall. This one, have it parked for a moment because I want you to come across a issue. That's where you will come to, know that where I have to go and fix or do the changes wherein that particular issue will be fixed. So for now, leave it as it is. Okay. Then there is a defender. That's the security. Defenders and all, I'll come to it when I take you through to the security concerns. What are the additional amount of securities that you can do? What is the securities that you can prevail in case of Azure? I'll tell you then. Okay. Then it's your tags. Of course, like I told you, the tags, whatever you have created, all of it will populate. However, the ones which is necessary or the ones which you want your resource to be tagged under, you can specify that. It's not a storage. It's a database, so I'm not using the storage here. I can create another one, but I'm not using it. So next is create. Something has failed. Let us see. Location. Your subscription don't have access to create server in the selected location. What is happening? Okay, that's basically on my subscription it is. So we can ignore that. That's not a big deal. So now I'm creating my SQL server. On my server, I will create my databases. Okay, so let this server get created first. Then I'll walk you through to the databases and the manage instance. It won't take much time. It will hardly take a minute or less than that. Okay, so it's in the progress. It's created here. Now that's my SQL server. Always when you see the resource at the top left, below it, you will be able to identify what you are using. All right, so that is where I have the SQL server for me. Now what I have to do is, this is where I have understood what is the SQL server that I have to work. All these options and everything I'll explain you. Don't worry about that part. I'll come to it. I have explained like what is a SQL server, what is the necessary, the user ID which I have to use. All this is here and so on is available. Now, what I have to do is I have to create a database on top of it. This is my SQL server. I can click on create database and I can then get started. I will be able to create my database all together. The database which you will be creating here will be a single database. You will have a name here and then so on. You move on. That's a single database which you are creating, not a managed instance in this case. For a managed instance, there is completely altogether a separate segment where we will be having our database, our servers, everything hosted on top of it. And then that's where we flow in. Is that clear? So here, now when I'm creating a single database, all the details are already filled. I give the database a name, SQL DB 2021. Then, as you can see, the database resides under the particular server. If I want to use a elastic pool, yes or no, for now I will have it left as no. And then there is this compute and storage. Now, in this compute and storage is where I select the kind of configuration for the database I want to utilize. What is it? So when I click on the configure database, I will see that there are two different pricing units that are available. One of it is a DTU model and the other one is a vCore model. As you can see here, this general purpose, hyperscale, business critical, they are the vCore models. And on to my left, right over here, as you can see, there is something as looking for basic standard and premium. That's DTU model. Now, what is what are these DTU models and vCore models together? Now, in this case, let's try to understand. In the spaces left, okay. Now here, like I told you, there are two different pricing models. One is your DTU and the other one is your vCore. Okay, what are these two? The first one is my DTU. Now, in case of a DTU, which is known as, which stands for Database Transaction Units, here I will have one database here. DTU here. In this DTU, I assign us configuration. Let us say the configuration is 5 GB of RAM. Is it very small? Okay, 5 GB of RAM and 6, let's say 2 GB of storage. Okay, so this is what I have here and this is what I am going to use. This is equivalent to 1 DTU, right? That's the configuration standards for one particular DTU. Or let's say another things which we can add is a processor. 2.5 gigahertz of processor. Okay, so this is the configuration of one DTU. Now, if a customer comes in and he requests for around 10 DTUs, So what will happen is the entire setup which we have will be multiplied by 10 times. Okay, so this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and so on. Let's keep it as 4 for now. 10 is too high to present for me. Okay, so if it is 4, this is where the setup comes in for. Understood? Now, after this, what happens is when I'm using this 4 DTUs, I need to understand that my client had a requirement of, let's say, 20 GB of RAM is what he wanted. Okay, 20 GB of RAM is what he wanted. So that's the reason because of which I have created 4 DTUs. Now, there is another customer who comes in who requests for, let's say, 8 GB of RAM. Okay, 8 GB of RAM is used by customer B. What will happen here? He will come, he'll place his requirement. Now you have DTU, one DTU has 5 GB RAM. Then another, if he is looking for 8 DTU, all you can do is give him 2 DTUs, out of which there will be 2 GB extra. And this 2 GB extra that you have here will be more, and he might not require it, he might not use it even. That's a problem in case of your DTU. You will always get the multiples of the basic configuration that you have. If it is 5 DTU, then in that case, the configuration that you have here, it is going to be multiplied. 5 into 5, 25 GB of RAM is what you'll have. 5 into 2, it's 10 GB of storage. 2.5 star 5 is 7.5, right? 75, 12.5 gigahertz processor is what you'll have. Clear? That's where the complete setup happens. There are different versions here as well in DTU. Standard, what is it? Basic, standard, and premium. Basic, standard, premium. So in this case is where I have different configurations for each of it. Just like I told you, Zen 1 has a different set of base. Zen 2 compared to that has a different base. Exactly the same thing happens over here. In basic, let's say the DTU has 5 GB of RAM. In standard, it is like 20 GB of RAM for each DTU. And then in premium, it is like 125 GB of RAM for each DTU. That is where things vary. Clear? But it is confined. If I'm having one DTU of 125 GB, if I add 100, then it will be 12,500 of DTU total. Okay, I mean the RAM that I'll have. Clear? You'll have a clear picture. I'll just show you that in a representation. You'll get that. And once you start working, no, you will have more amount of grasp and you will have more amount of understanding. Don't worry. Once you start having the practicals, you'll get it. Now, this is where the complete setup comes into picture. That's where I will create a DTU. I'll create a complete environment, work on top of it, and use it. Then I have a vCore model. What is vCore? In case of vCore, what will happen is I'll have different models here. There is this model 1 and then there is model 2. So let's name them. So what happens here is in case of model 1, let us say there is a configuration which I have. It is like up to 40 vCore, comma, up to 80 GB of storage, and what else? Yeah, that's something which I give it here. And model 2 has up to 20. Okay, that's the configuration standards over here. Understood? Now, what will happen here is whatever the setup that I have, whatever the requirement that I have, I come across and my client is requesting for a vCore model and to use model 1. So when I'm using model 1, what will happen is I have a setup as such, which is this. So what happens here is in my bucket, okay, understand this. In my bucket, I have 80 GB of storage, which is up to 40 vCores, which means I can use a mug, and in the mug I can take around 10 cores and 20 storage, 20 GB of storage. Got it? So what does it mean when I say up to? Repeatedly I was saying this up to. What does it mean? To a max of 40 GB, 40 vCores is what you can go to, and 80 GB of storage is what you can go to. Your bucket is as such. Out of that, as much amount of water you want, you can use. You have a 25 liters of a bucket. You need only 2 liters. Take a mug, take out 2 liters, and you're good. Fine. Now that's where you will be charged for. no matter even if you have 80 GB of storage or 40 vCores, doesn't matter. As and when you keep on adding multiple cores, multiple storage, your charges will keep shooting. The charges will keep applying. However, you are going to use only this particular model. From this particular model, only these sections you can select. But you have the flexibility to change the model also. You can at any point of time change the model and use 20 the second model with 20 vCores and 40 GB of RAM storages. That's also applicable. Clear? So here, as and when I keep on adding, that's where the charges keep on shooting. Okay, it doesn't matter whatever I have in my bucket. As long as I'm not using it, I will not be paying for it. I'll always have that in standby. When the standby comes into action, I add, I'll be paying more. I reduce, I'll be paying less. Okay, that's where you use it. One more thing in case of vCore and DTU, if I have chosen model 1, for all that I use is all I pay. But in case of DTU, like I said, if I have a 8 GB of requirement, but I'll have 10 GB of DTU because that specific midway is not available, I will be paying for all of it. Clear? What about the remaining storage? We are sharing that storage? No, you are not sharing it. You have it in your bucket. Like I told you, your bucket is there. Your bucket has enough amount of water. While you are going to wash your car, you take a bucket of water and you take a mug. So while you are washing, you realize that within just 2 mugs of water, your car is completely washed. The remaining water that is there in your bucket is still there. Maybe the next time when you want to wash your car, you can use that same water. Clear? So in terms of this one, you have up to 80 GB, up to 40 GB. You use 2 GB right now and 1 vCore right now. Next moment you use a few more, and the other moment you just reduce it down to again 1 GB and 1 vCore. Works as well. Okay, is that clear for everyone? Any questions or any doubts in case of these pricing models? Okay, so now what we will do is we will come to basic. Sorry, not basic, just here we're going to use the compute and storage. In this case, I go to configure. The very first instance I arrive at is a vCore model. These are the different vCore models that I have. So in this case, for general purpose, you see something 500 to 20,000 LPS. Then there is 2 to 10 milliseconds of latency, what you can get. Then 2 to 10 milliseconds of latency is what you get. Then there is a compute tie-up, which is provisioned and serverless. This option which we see here is only available in general purpose. What is it? What is the difference between these two? I'll tell you that. First, let's take a look at provisioned. When I'm in provisioned, I will use something as the configuration that is available here. Zen 5 is the one that is here. There are multiples available here as well. Depending on the subscriptions, we will keep on getting these all configurations available for us. So here for me, 80 vCores and all 4 TB is something as a charges that I'll get. This charge which you see is compute cost per vCore per month. Okay, it's not for the total that I'm going to use. Now, when I click on OK, you would see there is something like 2 vCores that is already being used. So that is the reason my charge is doubled here. When I use 1 vCore, I cannot, but 2 is the minimum that I can. So when I can use beyond that, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and up to 80, that's where it comes into picture. That's where you see the charges. Exactly what I wanted to tell you. You have in your bucket as 80 cores, but you can use 2, you can use 6, 12, 20, 30, 80. Okay, that's what I meant. So I'll have 2 cores being utilized. Now, gradually, as you can see, there is a storage here as well. At any point of time, I want to increase my storage. That is also flexible, that is also applicable, but there is a charge here. So time and again, when I keep on increasing it, it will keep on increasing the charges too. Now it is 1 TB because maximum is what I can use is 4 TB, right? 4 TB of storage, 4 TB you can get it only when you have 80 cores, and that's the charges applicable. Fair enough, we got it. You have understood when to use what, where, which one, under what circumstances. All right, so that's 30,000 a month for 2 cores in the vCore model. Fine, that is provisioned. In provisioned, I have a lower base that is 2 cores. So every time I fire something or any actions are performed, they will utilize the 2 cores that are already available. If it is more than 2 cores, if it is 4 or 6 or so on, then it will be like these 6 cores will be utilized for every other query that I pass in. Okay, now that's a challenge. Now, if at any point of time I want to avoid that, I can use serverless compute, serverless as one of the general purpose vCore model. In this case, what happens is the same hardware you get, whatever you want to set it up across, there will be charges applicable over here. You use that and you have the flexibility to set your max and minimum vCores. If you set your max cores to around 18, the minimum cores you can very well set from 2.2 to a max or equivalent of. So what happens here is, if I mention 2.25 cores, it means from if there is a query fired, so 2.25 cores will be the minimum that will be utilized, and then it will keep on accelerating to a max of 18 cores. All right, is that understood? That is where I will utilize this serverless computing. Now, then there is something known, there is something as a bottom as well. There's something as a auto pause delay. What is auto pause delay? This means that the database will automatically move into a paused state if it is not having any operations being performed on top of it. So you mention a time window over here. Post that, it will be moving on to a paused state. Again, you want to when you start working, it will come up again, resume again, and then you can again start working on top of it. So what is the benefit of auto pause? The charges, basically in this case, your system, your database moves to a halt, like no transactions are performed on top of it. You won't be allowed to perform any transactions, so charges will be a little less here. Less, I would not say the charges will be completely stopped or cut down. No charges will be applicable, nothing like that. Charges will be less. Clear? In this case, once you fire another query on top of it, it will again resume back. Fine. That's where you provide a time window to utilize the serverless computing's pause option, auto pause option. Clear, guys? Any questions or any doubts? I'll come to the basic. I'll come to that part, TTU, once again. So now, while we were having a discussion regarding the general purpose, now we will try to understand about hyperscale. In case of hyperscale, we see something as 500 to 204 800 IOPS that will be utilized in 1 to 10 milliseconds of latency. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So what do we get in this case is, so in this case, what happens is, again, the same setup is available. I select my hardware, whichever is needed. Once selected, up to a vCore is what I have. There is this licensing and all, that is different story. 55% discount is what we get. Now, then there is the course, maximum course of 80 and all. In addition to that, what we have here is there is a replica available. What is this HA replica? What do you, I'm sure you all have been aware of or have heard of this replicas. What do these replicas do? How do they help us? What is it that they provide? Exact copy. Yes, perfect. That is very correct. Exact copy is what you will get. Anything else anyone wants to add? Exact copy is absolutely correct. But why will you use an exact copy? For what purpose? What does it help you with? What does it help you with? The exact copy. Backup and restore. Okay, I'll take that. Anything else? If you lose the data. See, there is something known as high availability. We understand what is high availability all the while. What does HA does? These are all disaster recovery plans. High availability and disaster recovery plans are where we use these HA features. High availability is utilized to make sure that at any point of time, my primary is not responsive. I will have my secondary being responsive for that moment. Okay, high availability HA replicas can be used for any kind of scenarios wherein you have crucial amount of data. Let's say a stock exchange, right? So in a stock exchange, what will happen is, yes, exactly, perfect. So when your primary is down, that's where you enable your secondary. See, in case of SQL Server, we have high availabilities as always on replications, clustering, these are mirroring, these are few of the HA features that we have. What is it they are used for? To make sure that at any point of time my primary database is not responsive or it has a certain amount of challenges, then in that case it will be available in the secondary. Is that clear, everyone? That's where this feature of hyperscale gives you an additional level of secondary replica apart from all the other features. Fair enough? Understood? Then comes is business critical. What do I get in business critical? The optimization level, the transaction rates, and high resiliency. 5000 to 204 800 IOPS will be used, can be used, and 1 to milliseconds of latency is what can be encountered. You have your hardware, of course, the one which you have seen already. Then what you have is cores. The core size which you see here from the very basic is 79,000 INR for 2 cores. And on the other hand, in general purpose, it was 30,000, right? And for 1 GB storage as well. This is where we have an advanced level of configuration standard. What does it do? It may be having like, if DDR3 is used in general purpose, then it will be using DDR4 or 5. Fair enough. Now I have an iPhone, you have an Android. Your Android gets like, over a period of time, your Android's performance over in a year decreases. But my iPhone's is sustainably manageable. Now I have iPhone 7 and a person has iPhone 12. There is a difference between that. The performance, the utilizations, the features, right? That's where this section comes into picture. Fair enough. In the iPhone 5 or iPhone 5s, I cannot expect a monochromatic picture to be taken. That's not applicable because that feature is not available. Understood? Okay. Then comes is an option of read scale out, which you will only get in the business critical. What is it? What is this read scale out? This is basically a feature which would allow us to offload, okay, to basically move the requests of read requests to a different replica that is available. So that is where these read scale outs will be utilized to make sure that there is a kind of load balance, there is a load balancing coming up into picture. So this load balancing is going to make sure that at any point of time I want my complete setup to work in a very optimized manner, is where I'll enable the read scale out option. So in this case, all the reads would be transferred to the secondary and all the writes would happen in the primary. Okay, so generally this feature will help us to make sure instead of running all the reads and writes on one particular source, we segregate it. We run the reads and writes in different sources, just to make sure that we have a very optimized era of working. Is that clear, everyone? Why would we use a read scale out? Perfect. Now then comes is the next set of requirement. So what is the next one? That is, would you like to make your database zone redundant? Nope. I'm good with the LRS that you are using. That's fine for me. Okay, so that's where I will utilize it and I'll create my general purpose V2 out of any of these models that are available. Then after this, I have something as the DTU. What will I do with the DTU models is when I click on these DTU models, I get to see that there is something as a different core models that is available, where I can make sure that at any point of time I want to change my pricing tier from a vCore model to a DTU model, I should be able to do that. See, Azure gives us this flexibility to swap between any of these models as well, any of these pricing tiers as well. So when I say any of these pricing tiers, it means you can switch from DTU to a vCore model, and the vice versa is also true. So if I want to switch the different models in the particular pricing tier that I'm utilizing, then this is where I can do it. Okay, that's the level of flexibility I get over here. That's how things work. Here it is, your read scale out. So what's a read scale out is all about? I have primary and I have a secondary. What I'll do is I am enabling read scale out. What will I get with this? The primary will only be doing the write operations. The reads will happen from the secondary. This happens behind the scenes. We don't have the flexibility to select a secondary here and set up a primary here. Primary you do, that's where you select your location, but you don't have the flexibility to set up a secondary in this case. The secondary is basically the backup server, which is available in case of Azure, which Azure generally provides each one of it. One thing you guys should remember, every other task that I do, every other things that I do in case of Azure, Azure itself makes sure that there are 3 copies of each of them maintained across, just to be safe that at any point of time, if he's losing something, he'll be able to retrieve it. Okay, so out of that, one of my replicas will be utilized for all the read operations. That is where we see such a high price for business critical. Okay, but yes, that's optional. There is that's a kind of a complimentary stuff which you get, these two, that doesn't charge anything more extra. Okay, so when I have created already, okay, everything is all created and is in place, and we are going to work on top of it, then I can anyways change it. Any point of time I can change any configuration. So coming back to the DTU part, here we have is the basic. In case of the basic, it is kind of the very generic stuff, like the, I would say, for any kind of practice related, or if we are just going to do any kind of study, self study, that's where you use a 5 basic units. Each one has a cost of 71.92 rupees, and multiplied by 5 is where I get around 359 rupees. Likewise, you can use a ample amount of storage, that's okay. Then in standard, I get an additional amount of my DTU starts with 10. Each DTU cost is 108 rupees. Size of a max of around 4 TB. No, sorry, here it is 1 TB. 1 TB is what I can go to. All right. Then finally is the premium. In case of premium, starts from 125. Each one costs 268. I can go a max of up to 4,000. A storage of around 4 TB. Read scale out and zone redundant is what I get. So I will go with basic for now. I will apply it for now. I'll come to this elastic pool once I've explained you everything. I'll come back to it. Then there is this backup. If I want my backup in a locally redundant place where it will be available in the same data center, remember where I was trying to tell you LRS, GRS and all that? Exactly here. You can use a geo as well, but in geo you will again have to like select another location where you want your database backup to be available. For now I'm going with locally and a 2 GB storage, and my database is going to get created. There is this networks where you have these firewalls enabled, opened, and all private endpoints is like only the ones I map here, the subnet mask that I map here will be the ones who will be able to have access to my SQL database. Security, Defender, I'll tell you, hold on to it. Additional settings. In case of additional settings, it means like if you have a backup, you want to restore it, you can restore it. You have a sample, that is where you get an AdventureWorks LT, and none is like a complete plain database which you will be working. Now I'll go with sample, or if you for now I'll go with sample once I explain you this maintenance window. What happens in case of maintenance window? In this case, it tells you select a preferred maintenance window. Please note that during the maintenance window, the SQL Server database will be fully available and accessible. But some of the maintenance updates require failover of the SQL Server database instance offline for a short time to apply the maintenance update. If database is a part of Elastic Pool, the maintenance configuration of the Elastic Pool will be applied. This means when I'm selecting a maintenance window for only none and only in the case of a plain backup, a raw database that I create, there is no tables, nothing inside it. It's completely new. That is where I provide a maintenance window. So under this window, I'll give it like whatever the timestamp I want to provide. It's basically the default which it collects, but you can change that as well based on your subscriptions. So during that window, what will happen is any kind of upgrade that has to happen, or any kind of data loading that has to happen, the data movement that has to happen from on-premise or from a different database file that I have to load it over here. That's where I can very well use this maintenance window, which will help me to make sure that my database is updated and is utilized altogether. Okay, and I have a sample. Sample will give me a pre-existing database for my testing and working purpose. Tags review, the charges are this much per month, and I create it. So let's wait for a few seconds. My database will be created. My database is now created. So when I see here, you see that SQL DB 2021 is my SQL database. Just to quickly answer that question of yours, where if I can change my existing configuration or not, you need to go to your compute and storage settings. You can at any point of time change anything that you want, select anything that you want. You can very well move to a different version. You can have it disabled, you can have it enabled, anything that you can do. Just you need to do is select the requirement, use it, and apply it. Okay, and apply it, and it's all good. Fair enough. Everyone has understood that all these options and flexibilities are available with us. Okay. Now what we have to do is we will move on to SQL Server, and there we will see certain amounts of operations that we can. So let the SQL Server get created, and after this, what I will do is I'll also have few other stuffs being created. Give it a moment. It'll take a little time because I have initiated this server as well simultaneously. So this takes a little time when you do it together. That's why I did tell you how it is working in case of. That's great. Amazing. So now what we are going to see is at this point of time, we have created our SQL DB, right? My database and everything is available. I did tell you how you have to go to your SQL server, connect to it. To connect, you have to use your firewall IP and everything. You add your IP and save it. That's when you will be able to connect to your SQL server. We always connect to our SQL server, and on top of it, our databases are hosted, right? Now let's take a look at all the different features of SQL Server. Then we will move on to the database features. Here it tells you like you can create database, elastic pool, dedicated SQL pool, and this is formally the SQL data warehouse which we have, and then import databases if you have any, and a lot many options. In case of your activity log, you will be able to grab like what are the different activities that has been performed, if there is any kind of changes that has been done, any actions that has been done, any upgrades or anything that you do will be captured here, not on the database level. Okay, you do insert, update and all that, that will not be captured over here. Understood? Then there is this access control. Access control, I might have given you an idea about it, like how you will provide access to any of the resources who requires access to your particular resource platform or the entire resource group. Now, if I give you access to my entire, if I give you the master key of my house, you will always be able to move into every other room I have. But if I give you the access or the key only to my one of my rooms, then what will happen? You will only have access to that particular room and no other rooms you will be able to access, isn't it? So that is where your resource group access and service level access matters. Clear? Now here, if I'm going to add, there are multiple role assignments. Out of this, the most widely utilized are contributor, reader, and owner. Owner is the least out of these three. However, contributor and reader as the ones which are most predominantly used. Clear? Now here there are lot many roles that are available, which are very specific to certain services as well, like your TV contributors, your SQL managers, and all these security managers, and all these. These are certain stuff which you can just go through. If you just hover over the information icon, you will be able to identify for what purpose they are utilized. Out of all these, most widely used is the contributor and reader. Then comes as your assign access to. You are assigning your access to a user group or a service principal or a user, and there is something as a managed identity. Managed identity, I'll tell you where it comes and how we create it and where it is utilized as well, how it is utilized. So this is where we have the flexibility to give any kind of specific role to a specific assignment and access to a particular user. Clear? Now here we will be selecting like I'm going to add a storage, a virtual machine or anything like that. That's where I select. But for now, what I want is a user group or a principal. Now I have to provide my email ID, the particular person's email ID over here. And here's what it populates. Save it. Once you save it, you are added to the particular resource. Okay, the user is added to the particular resource and they will be able to access the resources that we have. Then the tags and diagnose and solve problems basically gives you a basic idea about how can you go through certain challenges, do a proper health check. These are certain predefined objectives which are already available in case of your private Azure platform, which you can try them. But it's like something which you want to create, you want to, there's a problem that is happening, you want to go through it, you want to check to it. That's a set of predefined steps which Azure gives you to follow. Quick start, you know it, like just some basic startup that you get here. settings in case of your Azure Active Directory admin. Now, what happens here is if I set a admin, he will be the only one who will allow any kind of access on the SQL server. That admin, you remember there is always an admin access. You guys have already always worked in case of SQL, so you will have a great idea about admin access. So that is where this term comes into picture. Here, when I set up an admin, I give a user to it, then he will be the only person who will be able to provide access to any of the resources. Okay, so there you see. Fine. I select and I save it. Once I save it, until and unless the user ID provides access to each of the users to do any kind of operations, it will not you will not be able to perform anything. Fine. Now here what happens in case of Active Directory authentication only, it's just like a authentication mode of authentication that you will be utilizing when you try to access your database. At this point of time, we are using the SQL credentials, right? The SA credentials. But when you want to set up a Windows authority access, and then you want to use a multi-factor authentication, these things if you want to set up, that is where you will have these implemented. Here, SQL authentication will be disabled. That's where we will have a Windows level access. Fine. Then your databases. In case of your databases, all your SQL databases will be populating here, single, and your Elastic Pool. Elastic Pool, if you would have created any, then it will populate here. DTU quota, what is the utilization that we have done all these while? Currently, how many are being under use? What are the different, what is the complete setup that I have over here, right? This is all about the SQL Server. Properties, there's a lock. I did tell you about a lock. How many types of lock are there, guys? How many types of locks are there? Locks available. There are two different types of locks. One is, let's give it a name. One is your read and the other one is your delete. If I give a read only, you will not be able to do anything on top of the SQL Server. You cannot drop, you cannot make any changes towards it, access nothing out of it, because you are restricted to a read access. How it works, I'll show you right now. Watch this. If I am, let us say, let's try to drop it. Let's try to delete this. Now, when I want to delete this, you will see that it will not allow me to delete it. The reason because I have a lock on top of it. So this particular lock is the one which is going to restrict me from utilizing anything out of here. So if you see this one, the option is not available for me. Fine. So that is where I just provide the SQL Server name. You will see that here it populates as, since you have a read access, you cannot do the operations following on it because it has been locked. To enable this, to work on this, you have to remove the lock and try again. Fair enough. So that is where you will have this particular lock removed, and then only you will be able to drop or delete anything that you want. Okay, you have your backup managements. You can create a backup for yourselves. You want to for all the active databases that you have, you can see the backup policies, whatever is happening, retention policies. If you want to set up any kind of retention, there is like 7 days of right now which is available. You can very well change these setups too. If you want to configure, you can go to your configure policies. You can provide a good amount of number of days. That is what where you want your backups to be available. Long-term retention, monthly backup, yearly backups, these are all available. You might be having those log backups, differential backups, and full backups. Something like that is what you will be getting over here. Okay, so that is the setup that we can use to do any kind of a backup. Deleted databases, or at any point of time you would have deleted any databases, would be populating here. Failover groups. What does failover groups mean? Like a number of SQL servers you have. You have created a group and you add multiple number of SQL servers towards it. And then what will happen if you fail over, like at any instance, your particular region is not responsive or something has happened to your primary region. It needs to be failed over to the secondary. So when you fail it over, the entire group of it or the entire servers in the list will be failed over to the secondary. So how it works is, let me give it a name. Now what I'm doing here is I'm creating my secondary server. Remember one thing, we fail over our services, we fail over our databases and everything out here based on any kind of challenges that would have happened to our primary region. You cannot choose the same server you cannot choose a server from the same region. I have to change the region. Oh, there is no option to change the region. let me see. When fine. Now, when we are failing over any of the services from my primary to the secondary, we are making sure that my database is failed over onto the other end, right? So if I have a SQL server here, this is primary, and then I have another one as your secondary. There is a DB. This particular database is to be failed over onto the other end if anything goes wrong with the primary. Okay, so that's where we need to have a secondary server already. Otherwise, where will you fail it over? Isn't it? So that doesn't make sense. Like if I give a failover, it has to be moved on to the other end. We need to have a SQL server first. That's when my services are going to be moved to the secondary. This is what I'm configuring right now. Here, I have the flexibility for read and write failover policy. You want to set it as automatic or manual. Then we have the read grace, like 1 hour, 2 hours, how long you want, after which the reads and writes have to happen onto the secondary. Okay, so this is your time window which you provide. After every 1 hour, my all that I have in my primary will be moved on to my secondary. Okay, that's the kind of a replication which we set over here. Otherwise, failing over or anything that we want will not be applicable. Now, configuring your database is where we come across like what are the databases that we want be moved on to the secondary if there is a challenge in the primary. So this is the one database that I have. I'm just selecting it and I'm creating. So what I'm creating here right now is a failover group. So once it is created, I'll come back and I'll show you how it happens and works. Then comes import export history. It's like if you have any kind of the previous server of yours damaged due to some reason, right? So in that case, you want to import all your histories and everything. That when you import a database or from a different location, or you import let's say a complete server is what you have brought it onto your new environment, and that's where some databases are already existing, and that database is what you have imported. Once you have imported here, all your policies will populate, like what are the databases you imported, for what circumstances, under what reason, and all that. Okay. Audit, like I told you, in case of audit, is most widely utilized for making sure any kind of access that has been given. Primarily, audit is used for a, I would say, the person, let's say I'm a user, I'm a customer, and I'm going to come and have a look at how many people are trying to access my SQL server. Based on that, I will restrict the configurations or expand my configurations. Audit gives us a complete track of what are the different events that would have happened on top of my SQL server. When I enable it, I'll be able to do a complete audit mechanism on top of it. Now, if you remember or if you know something related to some companies which go on an audit, what do? They check the entire database, the complete sales, the outflow, ingress, everything that has happened. That's completely checked over here. Based on that, they prepare a balance sheet, which has the entire report out of it. Exactly the same thing is happening over here as well. We prepare a complete report, like here are the number of users who tried to access the database and all that. Okay. Then, if you want to use it, all you need to do is just enable, and under what you want your SQL audit to be accessed, audit to be done. That's where you provide a storage or log analytics. Log analytics, I'll bring you through it. Don't worry, for in a moment. Event hub I don't have right now, so I'll just skip that. So that's where I will I'll provide the subscription, whatever is here, and I provide the storage account. Based on my subscription, only my storage account would populate, and that is where I'll do the complete audit here. Fine. Firewalls, you have seen that already. You have the flexibility to provide any IP address who wants to have access to your SQL server. You need to add their client IP. Once it's added, they will be able to access your SQL server. Private endpoint connections are like at any point of time, I want to have a connection with a seamless connection of my SQL server with any of the different resources that I can have and that I can think of. Like let's say PRVENDCONT. Okay. There will be multiple resources which are available here. We can select any of these resources and try to have a connection towards it. These connections are very minimal set of a connection where we have the flexibility to access just one particular, a very limited amount of features from the other end. So let us say I give you this Cosmos DBs. Yeah, it will not pop. Let's say this topics is what I use. In case of these topics, I'll have to give like all the Kafka related, basically the streaming analytics related details over here. What is the topic that I have created? The number of publishers, subscribers that I have, I have in the other end. what is the utilization for what purpose, and that's where a very basic amount of connectivity is set, and I am able to configure and read certain data out of it. This will help you to work in a very limited environment. It is not going to give you the complete access on top of your data, okay, from different resources. Now, additionally, what I want to tell you is, like, there are resources, like once I've selected the topic, I'll have to provide the topic name. That's basically the one which I would have created. But right now, since I don't have anything secondary, so it will not populate here. Fine. Once I create something, I'll come back here and I'll again show it to you. Okay. Now, then there is the security center, which is an additional level of a security. If you want to use, you'll have to pay separately towards it, and then you enable it. Once you enable your Defender, there will be a charge of $15 per server per month. You have your transparent data encryption, which is always encrypted for now. That's by default service managed. I don't have a CMK right now. So, okay. Automatic tunings are like certain features of having your database performance increased. I'm sure if you people have done any kind of a tuning on top of your database, there you would have got an option to create the indexes and all. Now, one more thing, we have the flexibility here to create these indexes to optimize the database performance. When I enable it, what happens here is it helps me to create a plan, create an index, drop the index once it is done. I mean, once the exercise is done. So what happens here is whatever the index that is getting created, it is utilized, dropped towards the end of the program. So you don't have the index available with you round the clock. Whenever we create certain indexes on the table, we see that it is available until and unless we drop it. But here there is a complete hardcore execution plan which is available, which makes sure these plans are taken care. There is an index created and then finally a drop of the index happen. When you apply these changes, these operations will keep on implementing on your databases time and again to make sure that they are giving you the optimum results with the minimum time. Okay. Now comes your just to tell you the plan which it choose. It's a forced plan. You do not have any control over here. We will not be able to change the plan architecture or anything in this case. Indexes are going to be created, and finally the drop index name is what will happen. Now the plan which happens here is how the plan executes is based on the database that is available, which is having maximum amount of load. Out of all that, there will be multiple tables. In the multiple tables, it will select for the huge table, let's say a table of around 2 GB of size. In that, it will use this particular plan. It's not like it will do it across all the tables. It will create indexes, drop it, and utilize it.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Doesn't make sense. Wherever it is needed, if you have a table of 1 MB, if you create an index on top of it, which is kind of an costly operation, if you do that, that doesn't make sense. It's unnecessarily going to charge you a lot. So out of all these out of all these tables, it will hunt for the one which has the maximum amount of load and execute this operation. Okay. Thereafter, you have certain recommendations. These recommendations will populate as and when you keep on working in case of your SQL database. When you do a lot of operations, you do a lot of hands-on over there, you will see that there is a lot of load and a lot of executions happening, based on which Azure will provide you certain amount of recommendations. Like, hey, listen, since I see that you do a lot of inserts onto your databases, so I would insist to choose this plan or to look after this segment, which would help you to rectify certain challenges that you're coming across. Fine. Logs will tell you, these are the monitoring logs, which like I did tell you, if at any point of time you want to run a log analytics, this is your log analytics mostly. Right now, you will not get any data. Still, I'll just explain you. Okay. In case of your SQL Server, you have a log for your monitoring. Yeah, sorry. Okay. In case of SQL Server, you have a log analytics. What happens in case of log analytics is at any point of time, I execute my analytics over here. It will help me identify what is the challenge that has happened or what is it that I'm looking to. There are two parameters for now. One is your diagnosis and the other one is your performance. If I go with the performance, I'll be able to identify like what is the CPU average performance that has happened. Right now, I'm not being able to find any data because my operations on my database hasn't been that adequate. Like I haven't used too much of my database over here. That's the reason I don't have much of a data wherein performance can be tested. Okay, so once I have worked on this case for a lot many hours, lot many moments, that is where I will be able to identify and make these changes. At any point of time I want to configure my log analytics, I want to change my complete log setup, I can very well do that as well. Okay, so I will change the entire query which is populating here, and likewise I can make sure it is addressed. These logs once generated needs to be stored in case of a particular storage which you would have created. I'll show you, don't worry, I'll show you these log analytics once. I'll show you in any of the cases wherever we have multiple use. So based on that, you can use it across multiple all the other resources. Remember one thing, the approach is same here for all the resources. Things might vary a little bit here and there, like let's say the scope that we select, let's say the options that we select. Over here we had like diagnostics and performance. Somewhere others you might have the logs, the dead logs, something as such. Okay, that is where we will have the complete setup for logs coming out. I'll show you the automation and all. I'll explain you a little while ago after I take you through the ARM templates. Now we have understood about all the features, almost all every other feature regarding a SQL server. This is all on the basis of SQL server, right? I missed one. Where is the failover? Yeah, there you go. You have your failover group created. Your primary server is written over here, and the secondary server is provided here. The read writes will happen automatically, and a grace period of 60 minutes. Every reads and writes will happen onto your secondary. Now, when you click on this, you will be able to identify how my you will be able to see that how my primary is replicated onto the secondary over here. Okay, so this is where I am able. So remember, your primary is your blue one. Okay, your blue is always your primary. Rest all in greens are going to be your secondaries. Understood? Now, at any point of time you want to utilize this feature, you want to fail over certain databases, or you want to add more databases, remove certain databases out here, you very well have the flexibility to do that. When you're adding your multiple databases here, you have if you have multiple databases, you can add it over here, edit certain amount of configurations, like let's say you want to change the read write operations failover policy, and at any point of time you want to change the grace hours. That is where you will be able to do it. Remove databases, of course you know it. Yeah, am I expecting something? Okay, because it first of all it will not allow you. Secondly, it is like if you're having both the servers in the same location, we are considering a failover only when my region is not available or my entire region is down for some reasons, something or the other has happened onto my primary location. That is where I am selecting a secondary region where it should fail over to. Okay, so if you just create also, and I did try to show you that. Watch this. Let me, for your instance, fine. This is my primary location again. Now see this. Okay, you cannot have the server in the same region. Got it? Okay. So the region I told you one thing, it will not allow you. Secondly, it's not a valid suggestion where you have your primary and there itself you have your secondary. Like you will never have your duplicate key and your master key in the same keychain. That doesn't make sense. If you lose the keychain, you're losing your master key and your duplicate as well. We always keep our duplicate somewhere else safe, so that we make sure if the master is lost for some reasons, we are able to proceed with the duplicate key. Does that clear your understanding? All right. Now, second is, if you want to do a failover. When you do a failover, there are if you know something about graceful failover and a non-grace failover, forced failover, what is the idea that you can grab from these two words? Graced failover and forced failover. What is failover first? I'm not asking anything about technical, guys. Leave about these technical terms. Just understand what is failover, the word itself. Failover means I'm moving all my services, my database, my connections, my application connections, API connections, everything onto a different region apart from my primary. That's what failover is. Now, there are two different types of failovers. One is your graceful, and the other one is a forced failover. What is the difference between grace and a forced failover? Graceful means, when I say graceful, the word itself states like I went to, for example, I went to meet a person. He was such a graceful person. What does it mean? I was so happy meeting with him. It was such a good time with him, isn't it? How does that happen? When everything goes perfectly, when everything goes as expected. That is graceful. Forced means I was forced. My parents forced me to go meet certain person which I was actually not interested in, isn't it? That's where forced failure comes into picture. Where I was not interested, but I was asked and I had to go. And I had to serve the purpose as well, isn't it? That's where forced comes into picture. When I do a normal failover, okay, it will be like first all the connections will be stopped, then all the application connections will be stopped. Whatever the reads and writes have happened will be committed. After that, the failover will happen. Clear? If I do a forced failover, no matter whatever is happening, whatever the crucial operations is happening, I will do the failover. I'll move my database from my primary to secondary. And all the connections, applications, everything will be a hit. So watch this here right now. It tells you already which will switch to the secondary group. All TDS sessions will be disconnected and rerouted to the secondary server, which will now become your primary. The operation can cause data loss. Understood? So if I do this, my secondary will become my primary. So here, which you see your green, that will become blue, and the other one will be a green. Right? Followed, everyone? I'll just move it back because that's the one database server I'll connect where I have added my IP. Okay, let's connect to the database. The forced failover is to be utilized like I absolutely have a need to move it to the secondary. I feel like my primary is going down. Some sorts of actions have happened in my primary. Some disaster has happened in my primary. I don't bother anything over here right now. I just want to move everything to my secondary and just save all my data. It would be like, let's say there's a fire catch in your primary region data center. You do not think about anything. You cannot have a forced failover, normal graceful failover done in this situations. You cannot wait for any moment. So that is where under certain circumstances you will go for a failover. Here you see that in case of the normal failover which I have clicked, it does not say that we will have a data loss in this case. Why is because it will gradually draw a line wherein every other steps are to be taken care. Let's say first the connections will be removed, first the applications will be stopped, and then the failover happens. The transactions are committed, then it happens. Now, if these things I'm going to take care of, how much time it is going to take? Let's watch this. Okay, whatever time it is going to take, it's going to be like a little more compared to that of forced failover. So when I do a forced failover, it takes a very minimal amount of time and immediately the services are failed. Understood? Just a moment. If we have couple of secondary, then how can I choose? Okay. In that case, you can provide your secondary name which you want to fail it over. Understood? There is a challenge here. Wait a second. Payload group encountered an error. Old SQL server. The operation cannot be performed. The replicate is on replication target. Okay. This is I did a failover, right? One second. You have your options, so that's where you will do it. Something is failing. Operation cannot be performed since the database is not a replication target. Is your SQL DB? There's a problem here. Maybe because of something I've done a multiple failovers and failback, so it has impacted the database. That is my SQL server. That is my failover. I want it back to my primary, so I'll just do a failover right now. Okay, let that be under progress. There's some issue. Okay, I'll check this one. I'll check and fix this sometime later. Now, let's connect to the SQL server that I have. That is the secondary one which I created right now. Secondary SQL server. Wait, I'll check to it and I'll connect to that first because that is where my all the SQL servers are available. So this is the one. Okay, so right now, as you can see, my database is hosted over here. Understood? So now what I'll do is I'll connect to this particular database. To connect to the database, I'll always select the FQDN, provide the details over here, provide the password, and then you'll be able to connect to your SQL server. Did I not give the same password or ID? which was the ID. Just a moment, I'll check the password or something. I may have missed the password. Is that fine? Yeah. Now that's my SQL database. On my database, I have multiple options over here. I created a sample database. So when I clicked on sample, I will have certain sample amount of data onto it. What is the sample amount of data? Let's say there are multiple tables which will be created. So those tables, I can try to play with them. I can try to do a dig and run on top of it. Lot many tables will be available which can help us to do an initial set of tasks on it. Because over a period of time, it may so happen that my SQL server where I am, I would miss or I might forget my SQL server ID or password. Here, in case of your SQL server, when you come on to your SQL server, in your essentials, you will see your ID, server admin ID. If at any point of time I want to reset the password, here is the option at the top right. Okay. So here's where I'll go and reset the password to connect to my SQL server. Okay. I am connected now. I will be here in my database. Now here's the progression that it is showing, that it is utilizing something, then the graph will keep on fluctuating as and when I keep on working. Like I used a sample database where I'm getting certain sample amount of data, tables and all that is available. I'll also have certain views in this case, certain amount of let's say stored procs, everything is going to be available which I can utilize. So this is predominantly for my practice purpose. At any time I want to create a database which has everything else on top of it, that's where I'll come to it. I then want to create my own. I want to do everything of my own. You are very welcome to do that. There's no hard and fast. This particular database will have your indexes, primary keys, everything else decided and predefined in this case, just to start your operations. Now let's do one thing here. Let's start certain queries. I'm sure you people are very much pro in SQL queries. So maybe you guys can also help me sometime. Not sometime, all the time also. So just to give you a glance, what is happening is, so when I do execute this, I get a certain set of data in this case. That's almost 417. Now, in this case of your database, like you might have a question. So if I'm working in case of a cloud environment, then why should I use a on-prem IDE to work in this case? What I can do is I can also use the feature of query editor, which is here. See these options, activity tags, diagnose and solve, then quick start. Then is your query editor, which you can use on the fly in your portal itself. The only restriction, not a restriction, I would say, the only compactness which you will feel over here is the options that you get. Majorly, you will have the use of only tables, views, and stored procs. Rest all you will not be able to see. However, you can very well execute your queries here to create them. That's not a problem. Okay, so you can very well execute anything out here. Like let us say, not this. I'll just go with views are all available. Stored procs are available. Have any functions here? Yes. Right. So that's a function which is available in my SQL database. But on the whole, you do not see those options here. So you can very well bring them. You can create them. Not a problem. So I'll just take this complete function here. Give that a rename here. Okay, this works absolutely. Won't populate here, but you can very well go and check in this case. Fine. So once it expands, it should show you the new function. Clear? So this is where on the go you can utilize it. Maybe you'll not be able to see those functions. You can very well list them down with certain queries, the different functions, the different the columns and all that. You can very well get it here. That's altogether populating in this case. For your results, obviously, you populate here for any tables that you are using. So if this is to be used, do not press F5. I'm sure you people are very much efficient and pro in using SQL Server Management Studio, where it works for your F5 to do the query output, the query execution. If you press F5 here, it will refresh the page, the entire page. You are in a web page right now. Okay, so if you press F5, it will completely reload the page. Understood? So don't do that. You might lose certain queries or something out of it. That's your data out here. Fine. Now, watch this. Previously, when we were having a database and we were trying to use certain features of a database, or we want to connect to the particular database and have a visualization out of it, more or less kind of a representation out of the database in case of your Power BI, we used to go through a set of connections. We used to go through a set of rules clause that needs to be utilized. If we create new table in our SQL server, you create is that table automatically stores in Azure? You mean to say SQL Server Management Studio? Yes, of course. It gets stored in your, I would say, in this case as well. So let us say if this particular table, I just name it as, right? So your table is created right now. New table is here. So you can able to see that table with data. So obviously that will also populate here. Where is my new table? Here it is. Okay. So we do a select of this table right now. Okay. It's populated. Fine. You can see the table as well. Just refresh this one so that your tables get populated. Okay. You can. Now, coming back to the discussion which I was trying to share with your people right now, when we wanted to create or we wanted to set up a connection with a representation tool, let's say for this instance, it is Power BI, I had to go through a multiple process. What are these process? The process are I need to collect the user ID, the table name, the details, a lot many other models and everything I have to prepare. Only after that I'll be able to represent in my Power BI, and I do all the cleanliness on top of it. That's where my BI tools work. Now over here, what I will do is in the cloud platform of Azure SQL database, I have the flexibility of Power Platform. What does it do? When I click on Power BI preview, when you see preview, like I told you, if you see something in preview, it's under beta phase, okay, not fully commissioned. When I click on Power BI preview, there will be something as a get started. Now I click on get started, a file as PBIDS will be downloaded. Click on this file. Once you click on it, your Power BI will populate here. Onto your Power BI, you will then do a basic set of connections. Watch this, what I'm doing here. This connection will take you through to the SQL database. And furthermore, once you're connected to the database, all the tables, you can very well select your required amount of tables out here, then start working. Okay. So how does it work? Let's see. This is establishing the connection to my SQL server directly right here. Followed. I didn't do any kind of connectivity on top of my SQL server, Power BI. It has already picked up which server it has to go to, which particular database it has to go to. Now, all I need to do is provide a basic connection towards it, like the ID and password, and it should work fine. In case of a Windows, if you have any, you can very well provide your Windows connections. But I don't have, so I'll go with my database connections. My database connections are SQL admin Azure @123.4. Now I connected. Okay, so when I've connected towards it, I will see that everything is populating here. In a moment, it will ask me all the tables that I want to load. Wait a second, the page would load. Yeah, now it is loading. So there you go. You can select the particular table on top of which you want to work. So let's select a few tables. Product. Okay, the values will populate here. You can use those values, or if you want to wait for this preview, that's okay. It will just show you all the columns and everything. Okay, for each of the tables it is populating. Now click on load. Once you click on load, only those 4 tables have been imported onto your representation tool. Where will you see that? You will see that in the case of your fields right here onto your extreme right. Let this get connected first. How many of you have used Power BI before? Or I'm sure you guys have worked something or the other. No problem. Even many people don't have. Okay, so there you go. There you see all your tables. See, the reason why I'm showing you and bringing you up with all these things is down the lane, you will be put on a project where you are requested to do all these things. Maybe requested or maybe asked. You have to work on it. So these are at least, even if you don't have ample amount of knowledge, have basic amount of knowledge. The basics will take you to a greater extent. Okay. Now, what happens here is that's my representation here and the tables which I called up. When I drop down here, I'll see multiple columns. Out of all these columns, whatever I want to select, I can. Let's say I want to go with only the modified date from this table. Then at any point of time, I want to select multiple other columns as well. I can very well select that. It will keep on populating onto my left side. Email address of the customer, first name, last name, middle name. That's fine. Then let's select something about modified date here. Then I'll select the price list. These are certain summation columns, aggregated columns here. So we use that. Fine. Okay. Actually, there was supposed to be a relationship set between the tables, so that is why it was not being. That's my data. Actually, I selected a column where I have to do a relationship being set customers with my customer's address. Let's make this many. Cardinality, I'll make it many to one. Cross functionality is single. Assume integrity. What else? There's already a relationship between these two columns. Oh, these two columns. Let's say I'll select address. In the address, I will use. Let's see. Okay, so this is where your data is represented all together. Now, any point of time you want to change this complete representation to a pie chart or anything, you can very well select out these here. Okay, so these reports will help you to generate it in case of a donut or in case of a bar graph, as and when you want it. Clear? This is all together. Fine. Now, what happens here is time and again, if I'm adding multiple columns or multiple data, multiple inserts are happening to my tables. So I have to make sure my representation tools are also refreshed. Otherwise, the impact will not take care. So for that, what I have to do is I'll have to keep refreshing it. So as and when I refresh, it will take a few moments, and all the tables manipulations which have been whichever has happened, DDL, DML queries, whatever you have performed on top of it, will be populated to your Power BI. Clear? So that is where you will utilize this particular feature. You can download Power BI for free. Once you download, you will be able to utilize this feature. Understood? I just give you a basic idea here. There are a lot many other different things which you can do here. This I connected to the SQL server. Watch this. This is only where I have connected to SQL server and one of a database where I downloaded a PBIDS file. However, I want to connect to a different source. This is where you come across. Click on get data and you will have multiple options populating here. Click on more. So you will have a lot options open for you. So in that, we can very well select what is my source actually. Just a second, let this populate. It's a very heavy tool, so that is why it is taking a little time. It will populate, but okay, there you go. In case of a get data, you have all the options here. Out of that, you can very well select Azure as well. In Azure, you see all these options populating too. Out of any of these, you can work with it. Right now, we are in Azure SQL. Now, you don't want to connect to this particular server which I have given. Okay, just go ahead and click on it. Click on connect, provide your server details, and you will be connected to it. Okay, so server details, database is optional. You can then import. You can import a direct query. Direct query is like what kind of let's say a replication where I have whatever is happening into my primary should be populating in my secondary as well, right? That's kind of a replication which we said. Exactly the same thing is happening in case of your direct query. So when I have a direct query, it will make sure that at any point of time, any of the changes that is happening to my SQL server databases, it will reflect in my representation too. Okay, so that's where I use a direct query. Now when I do a import, what will happen is the complete database details and all my database tables and all that is hosted on top of it data will be in my Power BI. Okay, so when it is in my Power BI, so what will happen is when I import it, what will happen is at any point of time there has been a refresh to my databases. Let's say some changes have happened, major changes. That will not be reflecting on my data representation tool until and unless I refresh them, meaning reload them. Reload is always your refresh. Okay, these are certain basic things which I'm telling you. There is transform data, there is DAX queries, there's a lot many other things which you can also try to work. You have your publish option. When you publish, your reports go online, meaning this particular model which you have prepared is completely available right now. Wherever you want to publish it, you want to publish it onto your cloud environment or onto your on-premise, wherever you have your representations, it works. Okay, is that clear? Or any questions? Right? I've given you a very tip of an iceberg. It's completely a job, in fact, in the market. All right. Then after that, there is something as Power Apps. What happens in case of Power Apps? Power Apps are like used for any kind of, let's say, what is application first of all? When we come across a application, it is like a handheld stuff where we can easily do certain access certain stuff onto it, like our banking applications which we have. We can do net banking on top of it. We don't need a internet or a browser to connect to our net bankings, isn't it? Now, at the same point of time, let us say if I'm doing a application connectivity to my bank account, what it does is it connects me with my account with just a 4-digit pin. That's the easiness which we get, isn't it? So these power apps are like going to suit certain amount of services, some connections to different platforms and all these that we can have in case of your Power BI, and help us access the details or access the data, whatever we want, with the least amount of time being consumed. These power apps can be custom, can be changed over a period of time too. We can very well do your changes towards it. You can connect to your databases. You can create all by your own, and you will be able to work in this case as well. These are like an additional charges which come across in case of your SQL servers. So if you want to use them, you want to work on them, then you can very well do that. But it is going to be like trial period available for me right now. So I'll just show you in case of the trial period itself how it works. Just a moment. And what happened here? It is stuck. Sign in. Access to has been blocked for conditional access policies. Just a moment. I'll just sign out and sign in. Your account. Use your school or work account. It's the one that I have. That is perfect. Start my trial is also not working. Okay, it has already logged me in here. Generally what happens is once you have consumed and once you have started working in this case, it will be like a complete automation that you can prepare, application that you can prepare out of your own service or out of your own convenience. Okay, so this is not allowing me to sign in right now. I'll fix this one, this sign in for some reason. Something is problem. I'll check that. Now, then comes your Power Automate. What happens in case of your Power Automate? See, there is something known as automation that you want to do, certain tasks which you want to automate altogether. That is where this service helps us. This helps us to build a workflow between different applications and the services, and in a very synchronous manner. And at the same point of time, if there is any requirement of having certain notifications or something set over here, we can do that too. So these are certain features which are predominantly available over here, like execute SQL stored procedures on Power Apps with click button, right? So you want to execute the exactly the same way. Like if you download the Microsoft Azure application, you will also be able to view everything out here. All the features, all the resources that we see, all of it will be available in your application. There is a app over here, iStore. That's your application. Okay. So if you install it, you will have all the options and everything working in these cases. You see these virtual machine, web apps, SQL databases, all of it will populate. But don't expect like you will write down complex queries when you open your SQL server in your mobiles and everything. That is obviously not going to happen. You can very well at least have a basic amount of stuff being featured and worked on top of it. Okay, so you will be able to do like certain stored procs executions, certain basic setups that you want. That's where it'll help you.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So exactly the same way, once you would have designed your application, you have created your application in case of your Power BI on your SQL server, that's where these predefined sets of executions will help you. You create a flow completely, and then you will be able to utilize it. So how does it work? Let me just wait a second. Do that. This is where I have it all together. Fine. You see your action items. You can see whatever you want to create out here. Like, let's say this is something which I want to create. Send a message, send a OneNote message, or something out here. Any of these features predefined if you want to use. That's something which you will be able to use it. You have your approvals, you have your connections, you create a complete flow, how it has to go through, from which cloud, desktops, or anything that you want to use, you can provide it. Okay, so this is where the complete one-stop solution will populate. Once you have created, you download the application, and then you start using these features which you have provided. Okay, so you can have your connections, connectors and connections being created out here. So at any point of time you want to provide a connection towards it, you can provide it. If you're using SQL Server, database, anything you feel like, you can very well provide it here. Lot many options are here. You can just search for them. You will be able to get the data. That's your tables. It will again direct me to Power Apps, which is not available. So once I have created the Power App, I will be able to use these features. Okay, so these are all for free. Out of all these, rest all are chargeable. Okay, so a few of them are free as well. Okay, like I told you, at any point of time, you want to change the configuration standards of your SQL database. That's where you come up to. You come to your compute and storage. You have the flexibility to change anything out here. All the features, everything that you see here. Pricing tie from one end to the different, complete U-turn in the pricing applicable. There are these connection strings which are going to be utilized for any kind of connections being set across to multiple resources. Multiple resources means when I want to connect with my Databricks to my SQL DB and pull data from SQL DB and use it in Databricks and do certain other amount of task on top of it. That I'll show you how to connect and all that. All these details, I'll definitely show you that. Here, as you see something, there is a JDBC SQL Server connection, port, SQL Server, database, user ID, and there's a password. The password is your password here is what it mentions. Means you have to, when you are utilizing this entire setup in your different tools, you need to provide your particular password that you're using. Okay, I will show you these things, how you connect from say ADB as your Databricks with Python. You select some data from your SQL DB and you work on top of it. I'll give you those ideas and work also. Fine. Then properties, like it will tell you what is the database region and all these collision levels, all these basic details. Locks, I did tell you a little while ago. You can implement the lock on every other resource that you have. Same, there won't be any further additional types of logs available. It's going to be the two, read only and delete. Fine. Then is your replicas. Now, in case of your replicas, you will see your multiple, I would say, SQL servers which you would have created. Okay. So now, if you are going to create a replica, what it will do is it will allow you to make another setup where you can replicate your database to a different server altogether. Okay, so here also you can create the database for server SQL SERV 2020. Anyways, I'll just go by that. Rest all, I'll leave it as it is. That's one of another SQL server which I'm creating, onto which my replicas are going to be. So how does it work is this is going to get created. Once it is created, then we will come back and see this. It's under progress. The request is taken, so it will keep on creating. We'll come back and see this replicas. Sync to other databases. When you talk about this sync to other databases, there are two different types of syncs which are available. One is your hub win and the other one is your member win. These are the two different types of syncs which are available. What is a sync group first of all? What do we understand by a group? Group is a number of peoples, right? What do we understand by, what is the use of replica? I'll show you right now. Let this just get created. You will understand it. Replica, what is a replica? Let us say when you stand in front of your mirror, you see your own replica, isn't it? That's what replica is over here as well. Okay. What it will do is it will create a secondary server onto which my database will also be hosted. Fine. Now my database is hosted. So I will have my complete database accessible as well in readable format or writable format as we decide. So let us see once this replica is created, we will see how we can utilize it. Okay, this will take a little time. This server creation will take a little time to create. Understood? Somebody asked this question. Okay, replica is mostly created to have a mirror image. Fine, that's why we will see. I'll show you in practical. Just let this keep on creating. In the meantime, when I was talking about this sync groups, what are these data sync groups that we have? These groups are going to be helpful for any point at any point of time when we want to have our database instances and SQL Server instances sync across multiple groups in a very custom configured way, and there will be a complete synchronization across the data that we have in this particular platform. What they help us with altogether is like they make sure that all the data that we have, the data sync is which is based on the group created, and use a hub altogether, a basic hub. Wait, I'll show you. Like let's say this is a hub I have, and from the hub, if any changes happen, they have to be replicated across all the databases. Okay. Now, what it happens is once you define one of the databases in the sync group, all these groups is what you have defined as your hub group, and the rest of the databases as your member groups. So likewise, you will create multiple databases and multiple hubs on together and sync them across. So once your sync occurs between these different hub and members, you will have two different types of sync. That is your hub win and your member win. What happens in these two cases? When you opt for hub win, what will happen is, if there is any kind of conflict in your data or any kind of let's say your data is changing over a rapid period, high transaction data is what you're dealing with, that's where you should go for a hub win, because your secondaries will hold the data that has been implicated in your hub. Meaning, let me come across very simple terms. This one is a little complicated to understand too. Okay, there's a politician. Okay, this politician, what he'll do is, he's a politician here. He will have multiple chelas here who are ready to do anything for him, because based on these chelas, the politician is able to win. He will go to every other locations and set his join his hands and beg for vote. But the base, the primary, is set by all his chelas. The chelas look after his security, they take care of his propaganda, they take care of every other setup that needs to be provided before the politician comes for a visit. That is where any direction given by the politician has to be taken care by the chelas. Understood? This is your hub win. Fine. Now, this politician could be a MP or MLA of one party, let's say X party, XYZ party. So he has a father figure also, who is the party head. Let us say he is the MP or MLA. Then there is the CM of the same state. Then the CM has a BAP. Who's the BAP? The BAP is like the PM. Then the BAP could be of the same party, or he could be of a different party. Now CM could be of the same party or of different party. But all together, if they are going to work in case of a synchronous manner, that is where the complete setup will be executed. But now there's a conflict also. Now what this conflict is, the CM is of, let's say, again XYZ party, but the PM, the central ministry, is of WUV. This is the party which PM belongs to. This is the party which CM belongs to. Now what happens here? Sometimes or the other, the CM will not listen to what the PM is saying. In that case, who suffers? Who is the ultimate sufferer? The people, right? Obviously, that is where your member win comes into picture. We have a location, we have a situation where there is a change that has happened at the top, where there has been a request that has happened at the top. But at the base level, we do not want those overrides to happen. Okay, we do not want those complete changes to happen. We can have it appended in the sense, we can have these clauses considered, but we will not have them taken over us, meaning we will not directly follow it. Instead, we will not follow it at all. We will have it in your backlog, we will have it in our backlogs. Understood? Now whatever is happening here is kind of hub and member win. Hub is where a local party states something to his local people and the people starts to follow. Member win is the group, the entire party is saying something, the people on the other end, they may not follow it. They have accepted it, but they will not follow it. Fine? Does this clear your understanding? Now, for an example, when demonetization happened, 500 and 1,000 nodes were banned, isn't it? Banned in the sense like stopped from making use of it anymore. It was a decision which each and everyone had to follow. That is happen. That is overwritten, right? Now, then comes the certain other rules. Like let's say several other rules that have come up. Everyone has to have your Aadhaar to PAN card linked, or if you do not link it, then you will not be able to do anything, any kind of transactions and all that. That's choice is given to you. But if you don't do it, of course, it will be a challenge for you down the line. Now that's that I have parked it. I will do it as and when the requirement comes into picture. I am not in a hurry right now. Got the point? What I wanted to tell you? That's where your hub and member win comes into picture. Clear? Now, in terms of Azure, now here what happens is we have this sync group. Here is one of my database A, and then there is another database. Okay. Now, when I do a sync we understood what is sync. Sync is synchronization. Like whatever I'm writing to my let's say synchronization is let's say I'm on a date. Okay, when I'm on a date and on the other side my girl is there, and when I'm just talking to her, whatever I say, she's able to replicate, she's able to understand, right? She's able to catch each and every other things, my feelings, my words and everything. That's where your synchronization happens. That's where the communication happens, isn't it? Now here in this case, when I'm having a setup and I do a sync over here, whatever the changes that I do my primary to my primary will be replicated into my secondary. That's sync. Now, what is hub in this case? Hub means whatever I'm thinking, let's say whatever I'm thinking over here, everything is getting replicated. I might be thinking like how cool is the environment. I might be thinking like how good is the food. Whatever I'm thinking of it, completely it is going and getting replicated onto the secondary. Complete mirror image. Okay, kind of overwritten. That is why I was telling you overwrite word repeatedly. Meaning, if at this point of time I have 1, 2, 3, 4 records, for 1, 2, 3, 4 is available in my secondary. Next time I have 5, 6 or 7, what will happen is on my secondary, these will all be erased first, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will be written. Does that clear your understanding about hub now? Perfect. Now comes your member win. What is member? Member is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now then there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my secondary. This member win is what I'm trying to explain you. Okay. Now here I have 6, 7, 8. Next time I have member win here, it will be like 6, 7, 8. Keep on appending. Even if you have 5 here again, 2, 1, 5, 2, 1 replications. I'm sorry, duplications. Okay. Now, as I was trying to tell you, I'll come again. You have your data, right? Then you will have your duplications over here. In case of your member win, data will keep on appending towards it. Fair enough. That's where your hub and member comes in. Then there was a question asked, if we have all these, then what is the use of replica? Replica is first thing, a DR, clear? Second thing, a HR, HA. It is a high availability and a disaster recovery. Third, it is a load balancing. It can act as a load balancing. Okay. Now I have my, what is replica? I have my primary, I have my secondary. Now, when I do, this is my database A and I have a B. These two are replica of each other. I have my read write operations happening in my primary and read operations happening in secondary. I can direct all my read operations onto my primary, onto my secondary, but my primary will only deal with the write operations. So what will happen here is I will make these impacts do a load balancing in this case. Here you are not doing any kind of load balancing. If you're losing your database, you are losing everything out here. Here, if you're losing your primary, at least you have a secondary. Okay, then there is a high availability. This is what I was trying to tell you, and a disaster recovery. Clear? This is what you will get in case of your replicas. Secondly, what happens is if my, let's say 1 to 100 data is available in my primary right now, but in my secondary, it is kind of empty for now because I have not committed here. Once I have committed, it will be available on my secondary. All right. So we will create this sync group. We will give that a name, SYNC GRP 2021. Use existing databases or use new databases as and when you want. I'm going to create a use the existing database. I have this particular database. Sync automatic, I will enable. What is the sync frequency and everything I have to provide here? Let's say 1, 60, 100 and all that you provide. I'll give it 1. How frequently? Seconds, minutes, hours, days. I'll provide that. Now, conflict resolution is where you select your hub and member win. So I'll go with hub for now and I'll create my group. Fine. That's your sync group and your sync working. Now, let's get back to the replica which we created here and try to understand what we did. That's my replica which I created right now. Now, watch this. I click on my primary. I will see my, now here in this case, what has happened is the replicas that I have created, they're all holding the primary databases details onto it. Now, if you see, just watch this, 1, 2, these are the different data. Sorry, these are the different databases altogether, but this one, these are my servers, right? So on these servers, you will see the same database is being hosted. So I can connect to any one of them and watch it and take a look at my database. So you see here, this is my server. Underneath my database is available. You see here, this is my server. Underneath my database is available. Same database is available, right? Exactly the same thing is happening over here as well. What happened? Oh gosh, I logged out. Sorry. Okay, so that's what I was just trying to tell you. When I then take you into it, you will be able to see that certain other details. My bad, I just logged out myself. Wait, where was I? Here I was, and I was trying to show the database and the replicas which we created. So like right now, as you can see, the secondaries are all only in readable format. Fine, this is my online, which means I am doing all my read write operations onto my this particular server. Onto that servers itself, I will be able to do the list of services that I want. Let's say I want to fail over, I want to fail back or anything, I can do that over here right now. Isn't it? I did show you how the failovers and failbacks happen. You can do that. Now you do a failover, this would change. The online state over here would change to a different one. Understood? That's where you get to see your details about it as well. These are your secondary replicas. This particular database is hosted across multiple servers in this. Is that followed? What is this replica and what does it do? What does it help you with? Okay. Now, what happens here is we have then something known as stream analytics. See, stream analytics, I will tell you right now, but it's actually not in your agenda, but still I'll give you a brief idea. What happens in stream analytics is when I opt for this option, there will be a job in our stream as your stream analytics, which we would have created. From that, I will be making sure that at any point of time, I want to replicate my data from a streaming area, coming and going and getting resided into my SQL database. That's where I will create this particular stream jobs. Once I would have created the entire setup for my event, let's say stream, it requires two jobs. One is your inbound, then another one is your outbound. In inbound, you specify from which device the data is going to come. Streaming data, so you decide some IoT sensors, IoT devices, which is going to generate certain amount of data for you. Then there is a outbound. What happens in outbound is we store the same set of data. Let's say the complete setup which we have here, the data that has come up. We do a certain querying out here. Out of that, we select only, let's say 1,000 columns are coming. We select only 10 columns here. Now, out of these 10 columns have to be stored somewhere. That's where I provide my outbound. In my outbound, I will provide SQL DB. So what will happen is all of these data will come and reside on my SQL. Followed? That's where I select the stream. This is the utilization of stream analytic jobs. And ultimately, the data will be available in your databases. Azure search, that's another kind of a cognitive search which we have. How many of you know what is a cognitive search or have come across or have used? See, cognitive service is like a kind of an AI level of aspect that comes into picture, where we have like a little bit of AI that is coming up into picture. That's where we do certain, let's say this Alexa, how does it work? How does it connect to data? How does it search for it? There are certain indexes attached to it. The indexes is, let's say I want to I say, Alexa, book a flight ticket for me. It goes and hits all the flight details website. I provide a destination, source and destination. It hunts for the same indexes. Your source is an index, the destination is another index, and based on that, every other communication happens. Clear? This is where the complete setup for your cognitive search works. Let's say I give you an example. This is a website. I go like Bangalore to Delhi. Okay. Now here, this website will compare lot many other sites and give me the cheapest price. So what it does, it first connects with each of the websites. First it hunts. First hunt is the source and destination. Then second hunt is the date. Third is like passengers. After this, it will do a sorting. It will compare with all these flights which are running actually. After you have selected, after you could see that there are multiple flights which are running across here, you select the cheapest one. And the algorithm states that you have to select the cheapest one at the top. You have to do a ascending of it. When you do a select on this, it will guide you to the websites from where you can book these tickets. So what are the websites? These are the ones which are offering these the different prices over here. Okay, so that's where these trips, these clear trip, budget and all, budget ticket and all are coming up. Fine, that is where you get to see the search inside another search, and there is another search for the websites happening. Price search, then flight search, right? Flights can also be direct. There can be a connecting search. These search which happens is on the basis of your cognitive services. Okay, maybe sometime I'll show you. Auditing, again, you know for what purpose you will do an auditing, for catching up the details that has happened to your storage log and other events. There is something known as a data classification. What is a data classification? First of all, you might have seen certain files where it is already mentioned that it is like, there's a file here, it is mentioned as confidential, right? There is highly confidential, isn't it? What does it tell you? These files are, these data are classified, which means at any point of time on my database, if I want to classify something, a particular column, it would be like, I come up here to the classification section. Instead of overview, do you see this classification? I go to add classification, select the schema out of my database. I have two different schema. One is your sales and the other one is your DBO, sales LT and DBO, right? So I'll just come up here, select a schema here, table name. What is the column that you want to classify? Columns data which you want to classify. Let's say product category ID. What's the kind of an information? It is related to networking and contact info or anything as such you can provide. It's, let's say, some details about SSN. Then we have the sensitivity level. Public, general, confidential, confidential GDPR, highly confidential, and GDPR. So out of all these options, we can select anything that is necessary and that suits my requirement. Okay, so when we are talking about these general data protection, something regulations or rule or regulation, this is something which I am confusing a little bit right now, but it is like general data protection regulations. Most likely it's something which you will use out of it. I say it's highly confidential and I add the classification. I'll save it. Now it's a classified column. When you go and click on your overview, you will see that there are columns which are highly classified. There is a column which is of SSN type, information type, and you see your classifications here, all the details about all the columns. Why do you classify data or onto that particular table? Clear? Is that followed? These are levels of securities, guys. Okay, that's one way of your classification. These features, let me tell you one thing, each and every other feature we start exploring and start creating or working, charges are applicable towards it. They do not come as a complimentary service. Okay, they do come as a complimentary option. You want to use it, you don't want to use it, that's up to you, but they are chargeable. Then comes data masking. How many of you have worked in case of data masking? I'm sure it is available in SQL, so you must have used it for some or the other reason. What is data masking basically? Come on, you know it. See, these are available in SQL, hiding the data. So what kind of data will you like to hide? Certain details related to your credit card. Okay? See, when you call your customer care of your credit card, what the person will tell you? The customer care will tell you, sir, please may I confirm your last four digits of your credit card? It is 1234. You say yes. Then she gets into it and derives all the details about it. Until that point and beyond as well, the person will never be able to use or identify the complete set of details of your credit card. Yeah, protect sensitive data. Now, that's where the complete sense happens. What are the different types of data maskings that are available, guys? In SQL, just tell me in SQL. There are many, I know, but what are they that is available? There are actually, broadly, I would say, 3 or 4 different types of data masks that are available. Default, partial, yeah, one more is there. That's correct. Anyways, there are like 3-4 different static. Now, there are multiple types of data maskings which you have already shared here. Default, then there is partial, then there is static. So you can use any of these in case of your cloud platform as well. As and when you're coding, you use these types. Likewise, you can very well go on and create multiple types over here as well. You have these options available too. There's a Q&A. Now, in this case, what happens is, like I told you, there are these different options which you see here. We can very well explore it across the different platforms in case of your Microsoft too. Okay. So now what you have to do is you have to make sure that any point of time when you're working in case of a data masking, see, working in SQL or creating a data mask in SQL is a little tedious job. Why? You have to go through a complete set of a process where you create like several other things in this case. Like let us say first you will create a table. Onto the table that the generic things which you have onto the table, you will have to utilize certain amount of users. Then those users has to be given certain amount of access. Then onto it you will execute a users alter the functions of the table, make it mask. Then the functionality of the masking that you have to give, like basically the alter column and the column name, then mask with how what functionality that you want to use. If you want to use default or custom or random, any of these. That's how we go in our SQL. Now in Azure, what you have to do is click on add mask. You see your schema, table, column you select, any table you select here, and the type of mask. Fine. I'll go with email, click on add, and there you see the column. Now you also have the flexibility right here itself just to add multiple masks together. You would see all of them are populating. When you use this particular predefined mask, it is kind of a default one. Okay, here you see everything is default. But if you want to change it, then you just go to add mask. Ultimately, you save it. Once you save it, you're good to utilize it. Fine. Now here's where the complete masking works. You can explore it. This also comes with an additional charge. Do not forget that. So one idea you should always have in your mind, get this engraved in your mind. In fact, this point, nothing is free in Azure. Have a detailed idea about each and every other service that you use and the charges that are applicable. If not a detailed, at least a basic idea. Now what will happen is, when you have these basic ideas, that's where you will be able to pitch in these details to your customers, to your clients. You're aware of these things, and then you can explain some people. I know what is masking. I know masking can also be done on the basis of a SQL server where I can write the codes and do the masking. And there is an additional feature available over here. I would prefer using it on the code basis, because there cannot be an additional charge. I did my coding part. I'm not using a service right from your own end. Fine. Don't be absolutely dependent on Azure for every other things, every small things. That's where your charges will shoot up so much, you might not have an idea about it. I did show you my charges, right? I did show you my bill. That does not involve a dynamic data masking or anything. That just involves SQL database, isn't it? So obviously, I have to be very cautious about it when I use any service. Security Center, you know it, enabling it will call up an additional charges towards it. There is a TDE. You always leave it encrypted. Do not use the do not disable the data encryption. There's no point. It will give up encryption on your data, at least the basic one which you can cover. Then you use your intelligent performance. Intelligent performance is predominantly used to figure out certain amount of top 5 queries that is utilized in the last 24 hours. What is the kind of consumption that has happened? What is the kind of utilization that has happened? Where it used? What it used? All that you can figure out here. That's overview for the top 5 queries only. Now, at any point of time, performance recommendations will come up only when.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Azure feels that you require improvisation. Now, if you want to automate, what will it bring you to? Come on, I told you a little while ago in case of SQL Server, the index creation, right? So if you automate here, you will come across the same plans. Fine. So it doesn't make much of a sense. You better stick to your queries, use your methods to improvise your data performance. Query performance insight, I will give you like long running queries, CPU utilization, log IO, all these things you can figure out over here. You guys are working in case of your SQL. So you might be seeing like certain query is long running. It is using a lot of CPU. These things predominantly are used by the database guys. Okay. So they will be utilizing all these setups and working on top of it. Fine. Automatic tuning is again the same setup it will bring you to. Alerts. I told you how you design these alerts. What are the rules that you can set? There will be multiple rules, the groups that you want to select, the person, the medium with which your alerts are to be generated. Each alert has a cost of 0.10 dollars. So that's how this is applicable. Then we have these metrics. Metrics are like all the same thing. Like if at any point of time you want to see the data in a graphical representation, you can see it. Clear? Diagnostic settings, we know it pretty well. At any point of time, I want to do a diagnosis on my complete database. Let me know what are the different setups that are available. If there is a loophole or if there is area of improvement, give me the details. That's where diagnostic settings work. Logs, again, the log mechanism, log analytics. That's where I told you options may vary, but the base will be similar. Okay, that's something which you come across. When you come to your load to editor, you will have your query here. You can then improvise your queries, change your queries based on your requirements to utilize it. Okay, I'll introduce you guys with another tool that is known as Azure Data Studio. This is pretty much similar to SSMS. SSMS is a little heavy tool these days, it has become, because utilizing and loading and all will be taking a little time in this case. But there is something additionally known as your Data Studio. So if you use Data Studio, you can also connect to the same SQL server which you have here. That's my SQL server's FQDN. You see this? Use this tool and it's all together. Just a moment, it is loading. Okay, so now there you go, it is available for me. Now when I want to do a connection to my database, I can very well provide my database name, and over here I'll specify my database name, Windows login or SQL authentication, username and password. I'll connect to it, and ultimately it is all the more kind of a SQL SSMS which we work on. This is one of a very light tool, I feel, and works very conveniently. You have very lot many options over here. You can try to explore that. You'll get an idea. Okay, that's more or less about our SQL Server database and SQL Server. Okay, this is all about here right now. Then I'll give you a brief idea about the next service that we are going to study. That's more or less Azure Synapse Analytics. What is Synapse and what is analytics? Why are we going to use Synapse Analytics? For what purpose will we use these synapses? Previously, we used to have this SQL Server data warehouse. It is still available. If at any point of time you want to use it, you can very well use that. No problem with it. But the thing is, that's very much confined to a data warehouse aspect. Over a period of time, what has happened is the Azure people have made like there is a multiple setup. There is a complete address which is available, which can be utilized for analytics purpose, data factory purpose, and a lot many other different forms. Okay, so those are, that's where we utilize these different features of our Synapse Analytics and work on it. There is a challenge in case of our SQL database which we have here, Azure SQL database. What is the challenge? The challenge is limited storage. Remember, I did show you 4 TB is the maximum size which you can go for in case of your single databases. In case of your managed, you can go for almost around 2 tiers. One is your 4 TB and the other one is 8 TB. But in general, if you are asked what is the maximum storage in case of Azure SQL, just say 4 TB. Don't go about like managed, it has 4 and 8, it'll then drag you into deep uh, for several other questions. So just stick to it. Now, we are good. We are good with SQL. It is all the more serving lot many purposes that we are looking towards. If I have a big data, very big data, that will not be able to accommodate in case of your Azure SQL. Secondly, it is a OLTP platform. It cannot be used for any kind of analytical purpose. Third is here, even if I use the service or I don't use the service, the basic charges which I mentioned are applicable. Right when I was creating, you might have seen like the charges are around something 329 rupees per server per month. Now, that's very well applicable for each of the databases that you servers that you create. Doesn't matter if you are using or if you are not using, which means in I'm talking about lower environments. I'm not talking about the prod environments. Okay, just for the dev and QA environments. In case if you are not performing any task, you will leave it like that. So your charges will keep on going. But in case of Synapse, they have come up with the feature of making sure you have the flexibility to stop the service to reduce your cost. Okay. What are the two different pricing tiers which we have in SQL? That is, guys, weak course Yes, absolutely, guys. That's very good. Because and DTU as well. Okay, these are the two different pricing tiers which you have. We decide how much amount of size also we get a option here. The size also varies, like 1 TB to 4 TB has a hell lot of a price that comes up. Now we have the flexibility over here as well. However, it is restricted to 4 TB. Less than 4 TB or equals to is what you can use. You cannot go beyond that. Same applies to your Beaker as well. 4 TB less than equals to. So I have to be very worried about my storage as well. In short, my capacity of storage as well. On the other hand, when I'm talking about Synapse, Azure Synapse Analytics, I have the flexibility to be least bothered about my storage because the storage is infinite, meaning it is unlimited is what you have here. You store 1 MB file, the charges will be applicable for 1 MB file. You store 100 TB files, allowed. You store 1000 tons of TBs of data, you are always welcome. Your charges will keep on shooting the more the data that you keep on having over here, but it is open to it. Secondly, it follows OLAP, analytical purpose, can be used for analytics. You have a start and a pause option. That is basically where if you pause your services, your charges stop because no operations are performed on top of it. Nothing will happen. Clear? That's where this setup comes into picture. Meaning, if you have paused your instance, remember your applications, your services, whosoever is dependent on your ASA will also be stopped from accessing the service. Here, now then comes, once we are done with the setup, what is the additional benefit that we get here? Yes, automatic backup is available in both the cases. You can have your retention created. You can set up your retention absolutely. Now, these are certain things which you will get on a regular basis. But having said these different features, this is an outstanding tool right now. In addition to these databases which we see here, we can also have a data factory coming up. All right, Azure Data Factory is also integrated onto it. If you have heard of this Data Factory, it is separately also available in Azure as ADF. It is also available. Okay, this is your Data Factory. You can create it here. This is individual. This is independent. There's no dependency on it. Now, on the other hand, there is a club of Data Factory and Synapse here as well. So that is where your Data Factory comes in club with your ASA. So if I'm dropping my Synapse link, I'll also have my pipelines and everything lost too. But on the other hand, the pipeline that I have in case of this standalone ADF, that won't be affected until unless I'm dropping it altogether. So this one I'll come to it later on. Prior to that, I'll just finish off with this. Now, when I'm trying to understand what is a Synapse Analytics, what are the club combinations it gives me, this is where I'll come up with. We have tried to understand that there are two different types of pricing models available in here, but all together when it comes to ASA, that's just one, and that is DW units, meaning data warehouse units. Understood? So when we create a Synapse, we see something over here as such of an environment where we will be providing our details and executing it, right? Secondly, the most important point here, Synapse mostly ASA is dependent on Zen 2 type of storage. It will not work in Zen 1 and the blob storages that we have. Understood? That's the kind of enhancement it looks towards to start working. Fine. You have to provide the storage account name, Zen2 storage account. We have different storages. Zen2 storages account being created. Once you have created a Zen2, you cannot revert it back to your like without a Zen2. So it's hard and fast. That's kind of hard code. Now then comes, you will have your data, like your different blobs that you would have created. Like there's a data, there's logs, multiple others which you would have created. Out of that, you have to specify where you want to locate it. Okay. Just while creating, all these details are to be provided. It's not like if you have provided a file system altogether over here, that's where you have to stick to. Nothing like that. You can refer to various other file systems that are available in your system storage and pull data, write data, read as well. That's basic things which you have to provide while you start working. Okay. Then comes, there is something as one of the most important and vital feature of Synapse. That is MPP. That is massive parallel processing. That's where this complete setup makes it extremely different compared to that of any other service. What is massive parallel processing? I'll tell you that. Prior to that, let's try to understand what SQL follows. SQL follows SMP, symmetric processing. Now, what happens in case of your symmetric processing and massive parallel processing? You guys are SQL guys, so I hope you also know what is symmetric processing. Any idea or anything that you can share me and enlighten me to? Don't give me like the very hard code like in case of technical terms. Just tell me very basic things. What is symmetric processing? What is symmetric and asymmetric? Just difference, basic difference. I don't need any technical things, guys. Just tell me in very layman terms whatever you have understood or whatever you know. Guys, these functionalities you should know, okay, because it is going to help you in the long run. Writing query and writing good query has a difference. Okay, when you have these understandings, these architectural understandings, you will have a great deal of preparing the queries much better. Understood? This will help you in the long run. So try to grab these basic things. Focus on the architecture first, and then on the query. So I'll give you, yeah, there is someone to contribute. Symmetric is like same structure, as in structure in the sense like where you wanted to refer to, which structure? Structure of the table, structure of the resources, the hardwares, softwares, which structure? So for now, just to give you an idea about symmetric processing, what happens here is, in this case, there will be multiple softwares and hardwares that will come up into picture, where they can be of the same or they can be different. Anything can happen in this case. Now, they will anyways, let us say, this is my system, this is my laptop, right? I have a configuration here, motherboard completely all over here. I can have multiple types of softwares over here, right? On the set of hardware, on the kind of hardwares that I have. They will always be utilizing my memory, which is shared across all the or utilized by all the softwares. Right now, I have a notepad, Chrome, folder, PPT, Zoom, all these different setups that I have. They are using my services one after the other. They are using my memory one after the other and at the same time as well. And they are shared. My memory is shared across all of them. So now having complete access to my entire devices that I have, like whatever the input that I give, whatever the output that I'm getting, everything is all dependent on my shared memory, right? That's where my symmetric processing comes into picture. So here you will have your shared memory, and all together on the other end you can have your cache, then you have your processors, then you can have multiple cache and processors, right? Likewise, you can have multiple of them. What is a cache? What is a cache memory does? And then you will have your IOs too. What does a cache memory do? How does it help? Cache, you know, right? Cache memory. See, cache memory is kind of like a storage. Let's say you you have a box of keys at your home. Box of keys, okay? Multiple keys are there. So as and when I ask you to just go hey, can you please go and fetch these keys for me, where will you go? Directly to the key box of keys where all the keys are available. So there you will go to the box of keys and figure out which key you want, and then you come back and give it to me. Why it is so convenient? Because it is available in those boxes. Now, instead of that, I would have had all my keys shattered across multiple places in my on all the rooms and everywhere. Now I request you to go fetch the key. You will have to decide which room you have to start first, where you have to go next, where, and so on. It means the things which are available with you at a within a short span of time, that's where these cache comes into picture. So in short, when I execute a query, like let's say every single day I come to office, I execute select star from employees, select star from employees, select star from employees, select star from employees. So what happens here? The the execution plan here, okay, the execution, the TDS packets which travel through across all the database engine, and then it comes and resides onto your buffer pool. There you have a cache memory. So the buffer pool, what it will do is it will help this cache to have all these data. Like this guy, whenever he's coming, he is selecting from the employee table always. So what happens here is your time consumption is less. There is a plan already available here. You know, whenever you do a select or whenever you fire a query, it goes through a execution plan. What is the plan? How much amount of CPU that is to be utilized? What is the database engine that it has to go through? What is the complete network it has to go through? A TDS packet, which buffer pool? Uh, Generally, you have one of the cases. So a buffer pool, it has to go to search in the buffer pool first, or it has to go and search in the drives for the data and everything. That's where this complete execution plan comes into picture. Now, here in this case, when it goes and hits for the buffer pool, in the first half a second, only the first half a second, it will hunt for the best execution plan. Meaning, if the plan is already existing or not, only half a second it will search. After that, it will leave the buffer pool cache memory and hunt around in the entire tables, entire drives that you have. Okay, so these things are going to be possible. This half a second, if in that half second, half it is okay, half second, if it finds a execution plan, it picks it up. Select star from employee is available because he has been firing it repeatedly. So let me use the same execution plan. And with the least amount of time, less time, your data will be retrieved. Followed why I gave you the key box example. You know the keys are here. I'll pick up the key that I require. If I have it all shattered across, it will be very difficult for me to figure out the particular key that I'm looking towards, isn't it? That is where these cache memory comes into picture. These are very basic things, guys. Try to explore more. I have just given you a brief idea about how the execution plan happens. When you want to be an architect down the lane, these are the points which will help you. These are the points with which you can argue. Okay, these points are very valid. You should know it. So if you start from now, down the lane, it will be very helpful. Fine. The basics. I'm not saying like everything you cover up, just at least these simple basics. So that is more or less in case of your symmetric processing. Fine. Now, here we have understood like what is symmetric processing? How does symmetrically data work? How it is shared across? How every other resource is utilizing it? How the processors are consuming it? But in case of massive parallel processing, what will happen is, but in case of massive parallel processing, what happens is you are a user, you pass a query. When you pass a query, there are multiple data nodes here. Remember, the architecture of Synapse is based on big data. So here you will have multiple data nodes here. I'll tell you what a data node and a name node and all these things are. What do they do, helpers and all. When I fire a query, let's say select star from In this case, it will go hit all the data nodes simultaneously and retrieve the result, share it back to you. So, in short, what is parallel? First of all, parallel means happening same time, executing at the same time. That's where parallel processing comes into picture. Parallel processing makes sure that at any point of time, the complete setup that we have, the executions will happen on the basis of coagulating all these different data nodes together, serving for one particular purpose. Meaning, if there is a attack on any one platoon of the army, the entire platoon jumps in to help that particular person to serve the purpose, right? Everyone else will play their equal importance of role. The launcher will play its role, the machine gunner will play its role, the LMG guy will play its own role, right? Somebody with the grenades will play their own role. Everyone will do it, their task, whatever is required to achieve the requirement. Got it? That is where we have this setup for our massive parallel processing. This is an ingest idea. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I will take your leave and have a good day. Thank you.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.